We'll call to order the regular meeting of the Dayton City Council for April 8th. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I need a motion and a second for the agenda.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
We have at least one change. We're going to add EDA discussion after open forum. Any other changes? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. On to consent. I need a motion and a second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Go ahead, Dave.
I had a question on item F, final payment for the Dayton Interchange project. Do we know how we landed overall on budget on that one?
I do not. I'm not involved in the financials or.
Pause for dramatic effect. You're gonna have to wait a minute. So, sorry.
And tell us where the trees are.
I'll let you know where they're at. We'll find them. At the bottom of the hill, Mayor. At the bottom of the hill. Do you want to come back to that question? I can gather up information.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's all I had.
Does anybody else have anything? I have one. Just a kind of a question, and I don't know if this is for the transfer for item G. Was that a surprise, or was that already worked into our fund balances for payment?
Mayor, and then I'll also address Councilmember Fashioned. So that is the offset of how much we were negative on that project in total.
Yep.
So that $507,000 transfer that's approved in item G was the offset of how much the project of Dayton Interchange
I knew that.
project
I could answer
overall
your question.
ended up
Okay.
being negative.
Okay.
And all of that has to do with previous right-of-way acquisitions that the city did from 2013 to 2018 until the project was approved as a federal project and had dollars related to state and federal funding. So we were able to offset quite a bit of that. So we acquired probably, I think it was like $2.5 million worth of property in that time frame, those 5 years. And we ended up just with a $500,000 essentially negative project overall. It was not, I would say it was anticipated to have a negative and overall just because of how many acquisitions we did before the project started, but we weren't sure what the end project number would be, so that's why we weren't sure of what the final actual cost would be of the project. So that $500,000 is the negative of the Dayton Parkway interchange from 2013 till today.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I know we had a right away a challenge to that. I know that was settled a couple years ago, but
Yes.
There was the
you know,
sign.
then they're both the
Yeah.
billboard.
Yep. Do you want to know the amount?
I'm just curious.
It
Yeah,
was $567,000.
that's what the final settlement
That was the final settlement.
Okay, so that was kind of in the ballpark, I think, of what we.
Yep.
And I assume that. Okay. Any other questions?
I actually also have a question on G. So, and this is partly just because I'm new to these things. Don't the pavement management funds and stormwater funds need that money?
Yes.
Okay, so where is it coming from then if it's getting moved? Like where, like,
So in order for us to complete the project, we have to fulfill all the funding. And so there's only so many sources of dollars we have available. I used my experience and said it's best to use pavement dollars since it is for a pavement project overall.
Okay.
There was also costs related to stormwater funding that we did. And so that's why I split the cost 50-50. Technically, those funds, yes, need that money, but with the council's direction or discretion, we can move around funds between any fund, really,
Okay.
in total aspect. But the idea was that it's for pavement and for stormwater use, so that's why both those funds got utilized
Okay.
in the repayment of that project.
Okay.
You could technically pick any other fund we have, and if that's what the council would like to do, we could move money from the water fund or the sewer fund, but those funds typically have more immediate projects that are like necessary, like a wellhead treatment plant or a water tower, whereas a stormwater fund, you'll need the dollars eventually, but as we get more and more stormwater funds, stormwater ponds, we'll need to replenish those and take care of those, but we don't really have a lot of those at the moment, so.
I guess that was my point, like, the money it's there to take, but we're not, like, gonna cause another further
Yes.
issue within a few months where we're gonna have to keep shuffling money around.
That's the idea. So that's
Okay.
why pavement management was also used as well, because this year we're utilizing MSA dollars
Okay.
for the projects that we have this year. And so we do have new levy coming in, and by utilizing MSA dollars, we're essentially saying we're taking the levy and putting it towards this project, so we're not gonna defer a project.
Okay.
We're just going to be able to utilize the levy dollars versus carry on another project in
Okay.
another fund.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
that clarification.
Yep.
Anything else? Any other
And
comments?
then,
on-
Mayor, this is helpful when you repeat the motion and then get the final roll call. This is the time where it would be helpful.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Dave, second by Sarah for consent. And we have to actually,
So just all those in favor?
yeah, but by name?
No.
Okay, okay,
Nope.
okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. And with that, we are to open forum. Open forum limited to 3 minutes for non-agenda items. State your name and address. No council action will be taken, and items will be referred back to staff. Do we have anybody here for open forum? Come on forward.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. My name is Marcia Grover. I live at 11320 Fernbrook Lane. I just want to say, I have had the opportunity to attend many planning commission meetings in the past year or so. Quite often I see them bending towards the developers' wants instead of the residents' needs. Last week was actually different. A developer wanted to build a huge warehouse on Dayton Parkway. The developer had planned all the roads, and the Planning Commission finally realized that they had only one chance to get the new roads in the area right. They finally realized that what happens that night will impact the nearby residents' quality of life. They finally realized that they will not be able to go back and change the roads off Dayton Parkway once they okayed the project. They discussed the road situation for quite a while. Finally, they realized they needed more time and research, and so they decided on a short moratorium on the build until they could get it correct. I'm proud of them for trying to get this right and considering the existing nearby residents' needs pertaining to the road problem. My wish is that you will finally see the light and consider the existing residents' needs when you make decisions. It doesn't always have to be what the developer wants, but it does have to be what the existing neighbors need.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else for open forum? Anybody online?
So if you wanted to speak in open forum and you're on the Zoom call, if you can use the raise your hand function.
Nada?
Nope.
All right, we will move on from open forum with EDA update.
Council, we've got good news to share. We have secured the triangle, and it is now underway to go to write-up, I believe. Scott, was that what she was talking about? Resolution. Once the resolutions have been made, then we can expedite this and handle this, and this is now behind us. So this is a done deal, as far as I know.
Well, it's not done until it's actually paid for.
Well, yeah, we gotta write a check for it.
Technically, I mean, there's kind of an agreement, I guess, but
So anyway, it's done, channeled, it's out of the loop. Second thing is, we were at the, Jason and Marty and I were at this Outlook today, this stakeholder meeting for Dayton River Road, this study. And I kind of think we should probably keep an eye on what they're doing, because they're asking questions that kind of don't pertain to us, but they do. They're more worried about trails and parks than as opposed to the traffic count and the safety of this traffic. You agree with that?
I think that's part of it. I think that as this feasibility, the corridor study progresses, all those things will be taken into account. But they do, I think it was good that you highlighted those today at the meeting.
You concur, Jason, or what was your feel today's?
Yeah, I think it was an information gathering session, so I think they'll consider what was shared.
We should keep our eyes wide open, is what I'm kind of trying to say. Let's see here. I do have the talking points for this morning's meeting. The group that you did set up for us, Dennis did a bang-up job. I mean, we went in, we knocked it out, we made it happen. I understand there would be some back negotiations on this. I don't know if I would do that. Matter of fact, I would probably stay away from that, just as a chair position. Thirdly, I got this in the mail, and there was a letter to Hoffman. As you know, that I'm pretty close with the guy, and I want to make sure that, what are we doing with this, and what is this thing?
You're the first guy to ask that question. No, kidding. Lots of people have had that question.
Well, it flies with honey, so if I need to make sure that I make some contacts for certain things that we need to do, then I need to know that. And if we do, I will make those contacts, so.
Yeah, it was in reference to a couple of the bills that are circulating down at the Capitol.
Okay.
Which we believe would be detrimental to the city control.
Okay, I've set up a meeting next week with him at the shop. He's getting his oil change done, and at that point, we're going to have this discussion. If any of you want to, I don't know what day yet, want to be in that loop, text me or text staff and let me know what.
You need two of us.
Just the two of us?
Just two of us.
you can only have two.
Yep.
Okay, so that makes sense, if you want in,
Yeah.
and, because if he's going to start answering questions, we should get him in front of us and, hey, what are you trying to do here? Let's use our hands off now, just for saying. Okay. We're good to go?
All right.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Staff consultant council updates, Zach.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, members of council. If you're wanting to sign up for any of the events that I had noted on 2 weeks ago's weekly update, please let me know as soon as possible. That's the First Responders Luncheon, the River Park District Annual Meeting, or the LMC Annual Conference. I have heard from a couple of you, but I have not heard from everybody, so I just want to make sure I get everyone included if they want to go or not. If you need more information, reach out to me. Give me a call. And then before our next council meeting on April 21st, I'm not sure if you're all aware, but the city of Dayton will celebrate its 50th birthday of being a city. So just a fun fact to share.
I don't have an update.
Marty?
Just a couple of things. Elsie Stevens Bridge, I was on site today. They've got footings and abutments going in. They're half completed. They should be completed by the end of this week or early next week, from weather dependent. I know we've got some rain coming in, so that might delay it a little bit. But the bridge structure is scheduled for April 15th at this stage. Irrigation systems, we're waiting for road restrictions to be lifted to get the last well drilled at River Hills. We're waiting dates from electric companies for them to run power to the sites. Well House 4, the well was videoed again last Friday, I believe, and it appears that the grout has done its job. We're analysing test pumping data for if there is any production impacts to capacity on those. Hopefully that's minimal. wellhead treatment plant. The masons are working on the brickwork. This is going to be the majority of what's going to be happening out there over the next few weeks.
Chief?
Good evening, Mayor, members, council. Just a reminder, this week is Severe Weather Awareness Week. The tornado sirens will activate on Thursday, once at 1:45 and then again at 6:45 p.m. Along with that, I announced a couple weeks ago at council our HyperReach, our emergency notification system. Received some training on that today. They just want to let the community know that 2,340 phone numbers have been added to that system from public information, nothing from the city. We are going to be advertising this in the communicator and then also at the open house. So I encourage folks to sign up. You have the ability to get text messages, phone calls, and or emails. And you also have the opportunity to opt out at that time if you do not want to receive those messages.
And then Chief, I think you can also sign up on our website.
Yes, there is a floating icon on the left. If you go to the website, you'll see that you can sign up there as well.
Is that the system that we signed up into like a year or so ago? It was an emergency notification system. There was a couple of tests. I thought that was through the county.
Oh, that's part of, so that would be the iPause. They test that annually, Councilman Fichon. With this system, I talked to Zach today too. The county has an iPause system, so what that does is, let's say that there's a fire, active shooter, whatever it may be on Dayton River Road, and we want to notify folks via cell phone. So if you get the iPause notification, that's really a state and or federal notification to all cell phones. If you come into a geofence, you come across a certain threshold, and then that will activate your phone. And looking to get our own iPause so that if we do have something within the community, I don't need to reach out to the county to do that. So I'm going to go through that process and see what kind of red tape is involved in that for us as well. So that'll be more specific to Dayton, so that if we do have an issue, like we've had a structure fire on Dayton River Road where traffic can be detoured or notified of that in advance of coming all the way down to the fire, it has to be turned back around.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Nothing to report on behalf of the PD.
John?
Thank you. The Planning Commission had recommended a moratorium on development on the area of 113th Avenue east of the industrial park. So this would come before the council on April 22nd.
We opened contractor bids for the South Diamond Lake Road project today. I guess good news, we were high bid on it. They came in considerably lower than expected.
You were high bid?
We were high. We estimated about 1.3 million. Low bid came in just under 800,000, so significantly less. We inflated prices from last year, and they actually had a pretty good reduction on our big ticket items, so that was good news. Pavement, milling and pavement. So yeah, pavement prices actually came in quite a bit lower than last year. And I don't know what happened to milling. It must just be a competitive market, but that was significantly lower as well. So those will be brought to council for consideration at the next meeting.
That was it. I'm gonna miss.
Scott, you have any?
I don't.
Sarah?
We've been talking a lot about having residents reach out to Kevin Anderson regarding Fernbrook, and have we done anything about like a sample letter that they could send, or because I find, just for my own personal, if someone says you should contact this person and that's it, I never know what to do. But if they're like, here's a sample paragraph, and I'm like, okay, I can send that sample paragraph. So I was wondering if that's something that we could do, just a sample paragraph that we could give to residents who, either on Fernbrook or anyone else who's interested in, to send to Kevin about trying to get that roundabout on Fernbrook and Rush Creek, I believe. Well, it's, the name change is confusing, but that one. So is that something that we could do as a city, or is there interest in that? We've talked about it a ton, so.
There's something else we can do too.
What's that?
That we'll talk about in a little bit. I said there's something else that we can do.
Yeah.
It's up to, Councilmember Van Essen, it's up to the council. If the council wants to do it, we can most certainly do it. It depends on if you want to do it by mail, if you want to do it by email, if you want to do it by, just put it on the social media website. have a thing up? I mean,
My first thought is, well, my initial thought is to have one ready so that if someone comes to us or says something, like, I can be like, yes, here's, like, if someone comes to me and says, I'm concerned about this on Fernbrook, I'll be like, great, here's this language that the city is recommending, right? So, like, it is a resource that we can give out. I'm not sure we necessarily need to mail it to every resident, but it would be nice if we had, like, these are the talking points to mention, and then, you know, we can choose or not choose ourselves to send it. We can have residents send it, and it can go up on social media. I don't necessarily think it has to be a letter that goes out to anyone, but it would be nice if we had some standardized language, particularly if there are certain talking points that we know are going to make more of a difference or more of an impact. You know, if there are, you know, if we can reference accident levels or reference, we have that traffic study, right, that it's an F. Like, if there are certain things if there are certain things that we could have residents reference other than there's too many cars. That's not like, but if we can say, no, we've done a study and it's shown this, and then residents can send it in, we can send it in, and we can post on social media, or that would be my preference personally. I don't know if the rest of council.
Yeah, I like that. I just, do we, with the app, I don't know that I've ever received a notification of any. Do we push notifications through that?
We do.
We can.
we don't have a lot of them. We haven't.
I don't remember seeing one for a while. So
Something of focus for 2025 for us as staff is to really focus on using
because
the
this
app.
seems like something that would be
And we can do that.
Yep. Thing for the app. But yeah, I agree. Having some sort of a, you know, here's our issues with the road and you know, reference those. I kind of like that idea. I don't know where exactly it would go, but it could be.
What I'll try to do, Mayor and Council, is to send out some standardized wording this week on this
Okay.
week's weekly update, and you guys can take a look and chop in a, you know, whatever, and then I can put something together. And
Everybody else okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you. I really
Yep.
appreciate that.
Anything else?
That's it for me.
I have nothing.
Nothing for me, although I would say that while this is not quite the same issue as the legislation where it should go to everybody, I was pleased. I was contacted by several people and the questions were good regarding what the impact of that legislation might be. And so I think that, I don't know how many people will send them, but at least they're aware of what's going on, and I think that was great.
Yeah.
And then just to make it public, and we did put it on our website, but we did have a typo on the email address for Hoffman. So make sure that we're checking for that corrected email address.
It happens.
So
I'll
yeah.
take full ownership. Happens.
Anything more, Dave?
No.
You have something?
Nothing for me.
Okay. On to item I. Who's got this one?
Mayor and members of council, we have Kelly Grissman coming up from Three Rivers Park District. She's a short, small presentation, and then we're looking for active feedback from the council on the engagement plan that was worked through with Three Rivers Park District staff and city staff on moving forward processes here.
Just handing out. Last time we were here was apparent that not every council member had a copy of the long-range plan, or formerly known as the master plan, or was aware of some of the past agreements between Three Rivers and the city of Dayton regarding the West Mississippi River Regional Trail. So I just have assembled it and put it all in a folder so that everyone has the same background information, should you find that helpful. So with that, thank you again, Mayor and fellow council members, for the opportunity to be here tonight, and to just give a very quick update, since you've already seen me just about a month and a half ago, and Rexine is also in the audience, and she did a quick presentation to your Parks Commission just a week ago on this same topic. So as you know, the West Mississippi River Regional Trail follows the river to the best of its ability through the city of Dayton, and it's consistent with many plans, both at the national level, the state level, the county level, the regional level, as well as within the city's planning documents. So it's consistent with the city's 2040 comprehensive plan, which the city would have adopted. It is consistent with Three Rivers 2016 long-range plan, and the city adopted that in 2016. And again, there's a copy of that in your folder. And then it's consistent with the 2018 Regional Trail Cooperative Agreement, again, copy in your folder. And I just want to pause in your folder in that long-range plan, the pages I just attached a quick memo for you all. The pages that are most applicable to the discussion that we've been having about the acquisitions and what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, what is the current vision of the city, what's the current vision of Three Rivers. The pages that you'll want to reference moving forward would be pages 23 to pages 29. And generally for reference, the route through the city does follow the road. The exceptions would be between Gooden Park and that North Diamond Lake Road, as we talked about at the end of February. In this area, the long-range plan talks about the opportunity to pull the trail off of the road where there's a willing seller and there's an opportunity to connect with the river, to preserve land, to reduce construction impacts. So that is laid out in the plan, and then that's further articulated in the cooperative agreement where it talks about property rights and acquisition. So that, again, is in the folder, and then it's outlined in this memo. So if you're curious and you want to read that language in greater detail, those are pages, again, 23 to 29. Oh, I missed. And again, we're talking about the section I think that everyone's most interested in is from Gooden Park to North Diamond Lake Road, and then through the historic village. We're not along West River Road, it is along Robinson Street and then Division Street, and everything else is the Dayton River Road. And then just a couple of quick acquisition updates since the last time we were here. The properties on Lawndale we closed on last week, and then next week we are planning on closing on 17020 Dayton River Road. That's B on this map before you today. And then there are two other acquisitions that we have had community members reach out to us in the meantime, expressing an interest to sell to Three Rivers. Per the City Council's direction, we are not taking any action on those at this time. We're just kind of mapping them and keeping tabs on where those opportunities are. Should the council be supportive in Three Rivers moving forward, that we can connect back with those property owners or those property representatives and pursue those opportunities further. So what we would like to do is continue working with your community and yourselves to confirm that that 2016, that 2018 vision is still current and that nothing has changed over the last 8 years and that it's still appropriate for Three Rivers to continue to move forward in the city of Dayton with acquisition on a willing seller basis. And what we've proposed is we did a Parks Commission check-in last week. We're doing this check-in today, just confirming this engagement plan, that we would attend the Hennepin County corridor study open house that's scheduled for April 19th, and we would just table at that event. That certainly it's the county's open house, but we would be there because we would fully imagine there'll be some questions from property owners of, hey, talk about the trail, talk about the road, how are those two projects going to overlap, who's doing what and when and where. We would like to be there to at least provide a presence and information regarding the trail and share what we know to date. And then from April 15th, we're going to do a mailing to everyone that lives adjacent to the trail within the city of Dayton and offer them an opportunity for a private meeting with Three Rivers and if Dayton staff is able to attend. And that could be a virtual meeting, that could be in person, or it could be over the phone. And that provides property owners that may be affected by the trail an opportunity to learn more in private without, being at an open house where there's a lot of other people around and they can share any concerns or opportunities that they have that are private to their family or private to their property. We've done that on other projects and found it to be incredibly successful. It's been really well received in building relationships and sharing information and working through a lot of people's concerns, and we can meet right on the property if that's of interest to them as well. So we would kind of do that between April 15th and April 20th. We will also be ready to do online engagement starting next week, And then May 14th, we would like to table at your open house, just kind of be in the corner and have information so that we can draw information from the greater community, not just the people that live along the trail corridor. And then we will host our own open house at Eastman Nature Center at Elm Creek Park Reserve on May 20th. And then we would come back June 20th, and we would like to work with you on doing a City Council and Plan Commission joint workshop or work session where we can present all of the feedback we got from the communities and show potentially some different options for your review and consideration at a future date. And if that works for you, then this will be the plan that we would like to move forward with, but it's still a draft, so if there's any tweaks or additional things you would like us to do, we would be open to that feedback at this time.
To clarify, is that at the Eastman Nature Center, is that May 20th or 21st?
Oh, May 21st.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
I'm sorry if I misspoke.
I may have misheard.
Yep.
Yeah, so right now, from the mayor and the council, we're looking for from any direction. If you'd like to have something differently in there, if you'd like to have an additional meeting in there related to conversations, if you'd like to have a different process, this is the time for us now to make those changes, and then we can kind of follow this engagement plan moving forward. So.
Yeah, and I guess I would like to also add, like, we started this planning in 2016. That's when the City Council adopted its first resolution of support for this work. That's been 8 years ago. There's been a lot of staff turnover at the city. There's been council turnover at the city as well. We've had staff turnover. Both Ann and I have been around long enough to see this project through, but we're also open to meeting with any one of you on an individual basis and walking through any questions or concerns or the whole project kind of from start to finish and where we're at, if that's of interest or of help to any of you as well. We really do want to be very open and transparent and make sure the direction that we're going aligns both with Three Rivers and the city of Dayton.
I'm fine with the plan as it is.
Yeah, I'm good with the communication plan. I don't know if you're going to get to this or not, but I'm concerned about the messaging.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts about the messaging?
The draft letter
Okay.
is specifically where I have some concerns. It states that, well, both Three Rivers and the city of Dayton, I'll just read it. The desire by both parties to pursue acquisition on a willing seller basis on a wider, more scenic regional trail corridor with greater Mississippi River connectivity. That, and while Three Rivers works to ensure more information is readily available to community members and that the regional trail plan still aligns with the city's plans, it suggests to me that this has been the plan all along, and I vehemently object to that.
Okay.
The trail itself has been in play for almost 10 years at this point. It doesn't align with the city's comprehensive plan. It doesn't align with the land use plan.
Okay.
So I think it's very
those
inaccurate to suggest that it does align with our plans. There's been a shift in the overall goal of this that, I don't know where that occurred, but it wasn't in 2016. It happened sometime since then that the approach has been not to acquire easements where needed, but rather to acquire whole properties and ultimately wipe out that entire neighborhood along the river.
So we will look at that paragraph or those few sentences and revise that per your direction.
Thank you.
Yep. Was there any other communication you were concerned about or you'd like us to revisit?
No, I think that the number of opportunities that you have is good.
Okay.
And I hope people take advantage of that. I'm sure you want to hear from more people than just me.
Yeah, we want to make sure that it's the whole community has the opportunity to participate, since the goal is to serve the whole community when it's fully realized.
And I hope at some point we're going to come into some kind of alignment on what that goal looks like, because I feel like we've got a pretty big disconnect now between what the city saw as the use for that area versus what you're pursuing.
Yeah. So what we don't have on here is a work session earlier in the process for the city to share any initial, for the city council rather, to share any initial thoughts of how the city council would like to see that. We're really approaching it on this plan as what community members want to see happen with that corridor. Would you like an opportunity to do a work session earlier in the process before the community visits this to share some parameters or some thoughts about your vision for the corridor? Because what I've heard is that you are not comfortable with, or you disagree with the vision. I haven't quite heard that from the whole council, and I'm not sure.
I would second those. That I think our understanding back then was
different.
Seems to be quite a bit different. Yeah.
But what I'm not hearing is what your vision of the corridor is, and I want to make sure what we share with your community at the events then is consistent and acceptable, so that when we come back in June, whatever we've shared with your community is something that's palatable for you guys to review at that point. So I guess I'm looking for some direction of what may be on the table and what's absolutely off the table then.
To be honest, I thought that's kind of what we're going to be doing at this meeting, was having that conversation about what we were thinking. I had kind of hoped that it would be, or maybe a joint work session with us, Parks Commission and y'all. When I read through the initial agreements, the vibe I got was a trail next to the road, and that would be done through easements mostly. But the plan seems to be more, as Dave said, wholesale purchasing of properties and destruction of houses, and that was not the vibe I got from the agreements. That's not, those two things don't mesh, I guess, in my head. And so I definitely agree with you, though. I think if we are that far off from, we have to get that hammered out before we go to the public about this. And so I kind of thought that's what this was going to be, was our chance to do that. But that needs to be more of a work session than necessarily a presentation. So I don't know if there is time to get, but we also have the other meeting that got scheduled for the half hour before the next council meeting. I'm not sure timing wise. When does Parks Commission meet?
First Tuesday.
Okay, so that has, okay. Because I also think they should be involved in that conversation as well. I think in my head it's a joint work session between us, Parks, and Three Rivers, to figure out exactly what that plan looks like. But I do agree with you. I think we need to all be on the same page before we go to the community at large.
I would very much appreciate that direction. Where we've been working off of is the long-range plan, which has language about to work on a willing seller basis to acquire land for a wider corridor between Gooden Park and North Diamond Lake Road. So that's what Three Rivers has been doing. We have not been mailing letters or trying to drum up business. We've been receiving phone calls, and as there's been a willing seller and someone interested in selling, we've been pursuing those opportunities. And there's been more opportunities than we certainly anticipated, and a lot faster than we certainly anticipated. I think that's where we're finding ourselves today. Very much interested in furthering this conversation, but I do want to just make sure that, at least I'm speaking for Three Rivers, that we are consistent with what was laid out in the long-range plan, in that we're still parallel the road. We've only purchased land that the plan talks about where there's a wider corridor, so between Gooden Park and North Diamond Lake, and only on a willing seller basis. So that that is all still where the city council in 2016, where they passed their resolution of support. And it's okay that plans have changed, or the council has maybe changed, but that's where we need to just reconnect.
Yeah, I think that's somewhere along the line, that's the disconnect, right? What your plan has evolved to and what the city thought it was buying into back then is different, because it's in a number of city documents, including the 2040 comprehensive plan. Doesn't show this kind of change. And
It
so
shows the trail, but not.
for this to
the
have
land
any
use of
chance of
that.
success, I think we have to be in alignment, and I think we've been kind of left out of that discussion, so.
And I know all along then that the discussions were in general that there would be an easement acquired along the road. In fact, there was some discussion for a while on whether it should be on the north or the south side of the road. And so the concept of, that, an entire swath being,
Within the city of Dayton, it's always been talked about on the north side of the road. It's-
Not true.
yeah,
No, not true. In the comprehensive plan, and this is a document from 2017, shows it on the south side of the road.
Okay. I can speak from our planning efforts that
Sure.
through that long-range planning, the section that we've been talking about, it's been envisioned on the on the north side. So I guess the direction that I'm still looking for is how would you like to be engaged and how would you like to give that feedback as to,
well, we could have a work session with parks.
Yeah.
That would be, but that's
It's May,
May
next
8th?
May, it's May 6th. Otherwise, we can have it before the next council meeting at 5:30 as a start. If you think that's enough time for the council to have put their thoughts down on paper. We currently reconvened the local board of appeals at 6, so we could do it at 5:30 or 5:15 on the 22nd. I'm not sure if the Park District can make it, but I'm assuming they can rearrange their schedules, or somebody can be here, whether that's Kelly or somebody else.
Let's say, it's been an 8-year plan, and I don't know that a week or two really matters a whole lot.
The only thing it matters to is the plan up here for getting things, we could push that out to say the engagement part can go all pushed out, but.
Yep.
But the Dayton open house is, like, our open house is already scheduled for May
Yep.
14th, and that would be an ideal time. So that to me, that is where our time pressure is I would like to get something figured out so that we can have at the open house. That's a really great opportunity. I don't want to miss that.
but even at that open house, if we don't have a bunch of maps, it can just be advertising for an open house at a future date or towards a website. So I would much rather we get this right
Okay.
and get us on the same page and that we're
Yeah.
developing a relationship and we're developing a partnership that we're all feeling comfortable on rather than rushing it. And even with the April 15th and the county's project, I think we would use that same opportunity just to say, we have a trail plan, we don't know all of the details at this time, we're going to be working with the city, and we'll just have a website up with information, like with everything that's already in the past and more information about the future coming. So that would May 6th.
So, yeah, does May 6th work for the mayor and the council for having a joint work session? I'm not saying it's gotta be the whole Parks Commission meeting, but.
no.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And
I think part of where this whole conversation is going is, the perceived plan was there was gonna be easements acquired. And right now, if you had willing sellers for the whole 300, I believe it's 308 acres,
It's about 330 acres, but that includes a bunch of land that the city already owns, the state already owns, and Wright County already owns. So I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
I
I
don't
think
know
there
the
was
exact
like
number either.
78 acres, over 30 private parcels.
but the Three Rivers would buy it all right now if they had the
If we had the resources and they were willing sellers and the
And-
city was supportive.
See, I think that where that's going is all of a sudden, you're taking all of that land out of our tax roll also,
Yep,
and that's not what was talked about 8 years ago.
yep.
And that's not in our 2040 plan.
Correct.
Yep, so 8 years ago, it was if we're building the trail now, you do it with an easement, and over time, as there's opportunities, you can acquire land, and in 30 years when it's rebuilt, or 60 years it's rebuilt, you can keep shifting and bringing that trail. And the opportunities, there's residents here or family members here that, they are calling, I can emphasize this enough, they are calling us, we are not calling them, and we're just, certainly we're parks people, we see it as a great opportunity to provide public access to one of the greatest national treasures right here in your community, an opportunity to also realize some of the city's plans and connect some of your park infrastructure to each other, realize your water trail plan. But it is important that we find that right balance in what works, so.
Any other questions? So anybody,
So, yeah, so Kelly, I think what we'll do is we'll hold off on those adjacent property owner meetings and the online engagement until
Yep.
after May 6th, just so that the engagement plan will be adjusted accordingly.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well,
We
we will
could-
still plan on doing the April 15th.
Yep,
Just
yep.
tabling is more to come.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think
And we
also,
appreciate it.
if you can, if it's not already there, there are some properties along that stretch where the trail may be technically infeasible because of the ravines and the proximity to the road of houses. There may be properties that, sort of must be required for the trail to work at all.
Yeah,
And identifying those
yep.
would be helpful, and also identifying where an easement or just using the right-of-way
Right.
to the existing road.
I'd like to direct you to two pieces of information that you now have in front of you. In the long-range plan in the back, there are, will be Appendix D, starting on page 87. And again, this was the plan that was already adopted. It has two different line colorations. Blue line is a special construction, and pink line is an easement area where we absolutely knew if the trail was going to be road-based, because that was the only option. These are areas that we have a special construction or a easement area that we would know, like you just can't fit it in the road right away. So starting on page 87, if you go through those maps, that flags all of those areas. And then also in your packet, you have an 11 by 17 map. This is the map that was shared in February. And on that map, there are parcels that are kind of highlighted in a dark pink with a hatch. Those are those same parcels that would be special construction or an easement requirement. And that, again, would be if you were moving forward with just try to get it in the road right away, those are the parcels that you would still have some type of private property impact regardless.
so you're saying with those properties, you need an easement for the entire property? There's no.
No, just a portion, not the whole parcel.
But you need something.
Yeah, yeah.
The current roadway easement is insufficient.
Yep,
Okay.
or maybe like there's a significant ravine, so you'd have to, each property is a little different, and that's why
Right.
the ability to meet with each property owner separately and look at their parcel with them, it can be very helpful for some people.
So I think Dave was getting at, and I'd kind of like to see is, there are certainly properties here where you're probably going to need the whole thing because of topography.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, and it'd be nice to know what those were. Is that, I'm putting words in your mouth, or is that kind of what you were getting at, Dave?
Yeah, yep, I think
So
that's
just the
right.
fact that you need easement, I kind of assumed you'd need easement throughout most of this. But to
And-
know where you need more than just easement.
Yeah, and
Would be nice.
please keep in mind that the county has a project now. We don't know the outcome of that project, so our stuff was from 8 years ago, thinking that the road is going to be how the
Oh.
road is today.
Okay.
We can anticipate that the road will change, and that might give us opportunity to use the right-of-way more efficiently, and we need less easement. Or the county might say, actually, you need a 3-lane, or you need a 4-lane, and there's less right-of-way for the regional trail. So I can't predict those, and the county won't be able to tell us that at this time. So the map that I've shared is just with the information I have today. You guys have a lot of moving parts because your community is growing so quickly.
When does the county plan to know that about?
I can't speak
Okay.
to
Do you
what
know
their
that, Jason, when
deadline
they have an initial design, you need, because my understanding is they're just replacing the pavement. I mean, doing the rebuild, but they're not, are they adding people?
I'm sorry, on what section?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, so on the section, they have multiple projects going on within the city of Dayton. 2028, 2029 is their anticipated construction dates. So that will be, they probably have plans in 2026 or 2027 for what their actual plans are.
Okay.
That's why they're doing the open house kind of studies at the moment. The idea is a full rehab from Vicksburg, which is the dirt road up just past L.C. Stevens, down to just past North Diamond Lake Road. That's a full reconstruct. So that's not just ripping up and putting down new, they're actually redoing it. I don't know if that means 3 lanes, I don't know if that means turn lanes, I don't know if that means what that means.
We may not know that.
We'll probably know that in around 2026 or 2027 dates, somewhere in there. I think their projects are typically 2 years out, they typically do those.
That's actually the study that was mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
the corridor study, so they're identifying what the needs would be and what the actual configuration would look like. I would expect the design to be over the next probably 2 to 3 year period.
Yep. And then from south of North Diamond Lake Road to South Diamond Lake Road in Dayton, even though the end of South Diamond Lake technically is in Champlin, will be redone in 2028, the same rough time frame, 2028, 2029, but that is not a full reconstruct, that's just a rehabilitation. There may be some small improvements related to striping or whatever else, but that's just going to be a pavement rehabilitation at this moment.
Right, and that's really the third phase of this,
Yes.
of that stretch road. But I think I heard you say in the past, Jason, you've had conversations with them where they have said it's a forever 2-lane road, and that doesn't mean that they're not adding turn lanes, wider shoulders, et cetera, but that it's not going to 4-lane.
That is what they have said in the past, actually. Interestingly, it came up today that they anticipate some of it will be at a threshold for considering expansion, so that may change as of recently.
Why not?
The counts are much higher in Champlin, so to the east of here, and that might have been more of what they were referring to. Those counts approach about 17,000 cars a day, which is big. The highest in Dayton is probably between 6,000 and 7,000 right now, so quite a bit lower. Traffic-wise.
Okay.
Just a question in general, if the park, so to that point of, we might someday get there, if we get this whole trail in, we all come to agreement, we're all happy, yay, we build it, yay, and then the county does decide that it has to be a 3-lane or 4-lane, would that part, like, is the park and trail protected and they're gonna have to go to the south side then?
That's a great question, and I think it's negotiable.
Okay, okay.
Anybody from the audience want to come up and speak? Give your name and address.
My name is Bruce Bebo, longtime resident of Dayton, Minnesota.
Can we get your address for the record, please?
14900 Brockton Lane North,
Thank you.
Dayton, Minnesota. Lived here all my life, basically. My mother-in-law passed away recently, and she has property on the Dayton River Road, 16560. Dayton River Road is the address. And her property is on one of the highlighted areas where they want to put the trail on that side of the road eventually. And actually, Three Rivers has bought the property, 2 years ago, right next to my mother-in-law's house. Now the heirs of the property, there's 4 of them, 4 siblings, they are interested in selling the property. And we actually reached out to Three Rivers and had a cordial conversation with them about going forward with it. Now, tonight I learned quite a bit. Dave, you brought up some very good points here that I wasn't aware that the 2 plans kind of conflicted a little bit with each other. But the property here that I'm talking about, my mother-in-law's, and her daughter lives right next door, used to be the mayor of, not the mayor, but the fire chief of Dayton, Jerry Jordan. Now, if the trail was to go through there on that side of the road, there'd have to be a lot of reconstruction on the bank of the roadway there, and that would cut into the mound system of my mother-in-law's. So feasibly, it'd be in our best interest if Three Rivers would go ahead with the purchase of it, because it's going to impact it. And if we just, but we got a little bit, I ain't going to say a time crunch, but there is financial obligations that the heirs have to take care of on the house. It'd be better for us just to be able to sell it. Now, the hardship comes in a little bit, if you want to call it a hardship, is if we're going to try to sell it to a private residence, you know, go through the rigmarole of selling it, and they're going to find out there's going to be a 10-foot wide bicycle path or recreational path going in their front yard. Well, it's only about 60 feet from the front door to the road. So now you're going to put a bicycle path in there, and then you're going to still have to, they're going to have to do something on the Jordan property to get by that property. Now, my mother-in-law's property is an acre and a half, and a lot of it's down on the riverside. But Jerry's property, well, that's something definitely is going to have to be done with there to put any type of trail. And the other side of the road, the what you guys call the south side, is not very convenient for putting a trail in either, because it's on a hill. You ain't going to want to have a trail crossing on that nasty ass hill there, to tell you the truth. So all I'm saying here to you guys is to make the point of view that there are some people that are willing to sell because it's the best of both worlds. And I agree with your guys' comment, the people with their houses far enough off the road where if some people are bicycling by out by the road, if they're 250 feet from the recreational trails, an easement makes perfect sense. Because I don't want to see the city of Dayton lose all their tax revenue either, because I'm a resident too. So I just wanted to make a couple points to you. That's all I wanted to do. You guys seem to be on top of it. But time is an essence on it too. You know, I don't want you guys stretch it out 2-3 years or something on this.
Oh, no.
So.
No, I think we need to get into alignment with
Yeah.
Three Rivers for this to move forward, and I think we've been supportive of the trail for a long time.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of money has been put into it by a lot of parties already. You know, the government, the agencies, or pull tab money and whatever else, however they get their money. But
Yeah, those properties that we were mentioning that you have a special need, so to speak. Jerry's is,
yeah,
you need to take the whole thing.
That'd be a Valley Fair bicycling down that.
Right.
Well, and even Jaeger's next to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's another
Same
one further
situation.
towards Dayton, a little further to the west there, that the house is, what, 30 feet off the road, 40 feet off the road?
Sure.
Right.
Next to the old Gooden farm?
Those two, they're living on an island now because Three Rivers owns both sides of it, or will soon.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense for everybody to get aligned.
Because eventually it's going to go through. There's been too much money put into this for it not to ever go through. What day it will go through?
Yeah.
Only
And what
God
it looks
knows,
like,
but-
yeah.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Anybody else? All right. Are we good with this?
And I just also want to say, I'm kind of grateful we're going to have the further conversation, because there's a lot of information here, and I would like to read it,
Yes.
and I can't possibly read it right here, right now. So I appreciate all of this information. This is extremely valuable and will really help me a great deal. And so I'm personally very grateful that we're going to have a little bit of extra time to process all of this. So, because I do very much value the parks, and we bought our house because we're across the street from the Elm Creek Park Reserve. Like, that's literally why I bought it. So I think they're important. We need to be on the same page. And I appreciate this, and I think, I'm excited to see what we can come up together and be on the same page on.
Any other comments?
Did you ask if there's anybody else?
Yeah.
That's it.
Anybody else? Okay, on to item J.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What we have before you is a recommendation to award park improvement project to custom builders. This was presented to the Parks Commission. We had a long discussion about what we want to do for putting in the alternates, particularly with the Elsie Stevens project. Ultimately, the decisions that the Park Commission made in your packet. On the second page highlighted in yellow, those were the recommendations that they made. I've got Paul here tonight to answer any questions on this. But they were unanimous in saying that they wanted the project to go ahead, all three parts this year. The project is actually under budget by $262,000 with all the contingencies and everything else in place.
Do you want
Who wants
to
to
do
go
the
first?
presentation? Do you want to do your
We
presentation?
can do the presentation.
Up to you.
I don't know if Paul wants.
Doesn't matter.
I thought you were going to do it all, Marty.
Well, not my style, mister.
I'll hold it up here.
Yeah,
Same as we had
it's
the
ready
other
to
day.
go.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Paul Kangas, IOA Inc., 14165 James Road in Rogers. The bids were opened on March 27th. We had 6 bids that were received. One had to be thrown out because they did not acknowledge the addenda that had been received. The other 5 were very competitive. As Jason mentioned earlier, prices appear to have gone down over the last year, which is great, but they are still significantly higher than the most recent park PIP project that we did in 2022. It's about an 18% increase if you try to compare apples to apples. So prices went down a little bit last year, it appears, but over the last few years they've gone up substantially. This is a complicated project in that the award is based on base bid plus any accepted alternates, and what you choose to do could change who the apparent low bidder would be. Most of the scenarios that you could run have it still remaining being awarded to custom builders. If you were to just go base bid, which included PSA improvements and Ione Gardens, then it would stay with Veda Contracting. As Marty mentioned, it was well under budget, even with the proposed accepted alternates. So it really comes down to whatever you choose to do tonight. I'm a little under the weather, so I'll try to keep this short and sweet. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Who wants to go?
One question I got, Paul, if you would go with only the alternates on 21 in Ione Garden, are there any plantings other than the plantings as alternates? On the second page, I see just a little bit of, in the landscaping area, there's a little bit of like $7,000 worth of ornamental grass, shrubs. No, not even that. It's probably $5,000.
Both PSA 21 and Ione Gardens had a very small amount of landscaping around on Ione Gardens around the seating area. The alternate for that was coniferous tree plantings that for some reason were not planted when the development was done. There was some overstory deciduous trees planted, but none of the coniferous trees planned for that park ever went in. I don't know the reason why. Similarly with PSA 21, there's a small amount up near the park shelter, proposed shelter, but there was 2 alternates for that. One was the significant seat wall and bermed landscape area on the south side of the playground, and the other alternate was for the majority of the deciduous and coniferous tree plantings scattered throughout the park. So yes, very small amounts, but limited.
And another question pertaining to, as far as the base bids themselves, what's the number that, I asked this question at the park meeting, do we know for sure that it's 10%, 11% that we can take off of the base bid without creating a ruckus? I mean, it was somewhere between 10 or 11% or all the way up to 25. I don't think it's 25, but
So there's a couple things that should be clarified. I highlighted them in my spec book. In the alternates, it was clearly stated that for LC Stevens, when we created alternate AA, which was all the work that was previously to be a base bid, when we created AA, converting all of that to an alternate, it very clearly said, if not accepted, this is speaking about alternate AA, if not accepted, no additional alternates for ESP will be accepted, meaning you can't just take the parking lot, you can't just take the gate.
no, yep.
To your other question, so there's 22 pages of conditions of the contract. You should all be familiar with those. If you're not, I would encourage you to read through them. I highlighted some other sections in there. The owner reserves the right to increase or decrease by 25% of the original contract quantity, any of the quantities shown. So once the base bid is accepted, any of the line item bids could be increased or decreased by 25%, and the contractor still has to honor their unit price. But you cannot just take 25% of the entire base bid. It's per line item.
Okay.
And that's the specific quantities on the bid form. Say that we had 1,000 lineal feet of trail. You could add 250 feet or take off 250 feet. They would still have to honor their unit pricing. If you go beyond that, then the contractor has the rights to adjust their pricing, plus or minus, depending on whatever they see fit. The park board had a lot of discussion. They did get the pricing very late in the game because of the bid deadline on the 27th, and the meeting was that Tuesday. But they did absorb it. I think they made an educated and well-founded recommendation. It did align with my recommendation, as luck would have it. But I thought that the proposed plan of action in front of you it's a good value right now. The pricing was lower than we expected. Some of the alternates came in underneath what I thought they might come in. When you look at the total bids, we had estimated a little bit north of $1 million. The base bid came in at $950. You talk about all the alternates at 1.612 roughly, 1.603 with custom winning. Yeah, that's pretty good pricing.
I guess to elaborate on my question, then just say Veda's the choice. Their base bid is $951, almost $952. Does that mean that there could be $95,000 worth of cuts taken out of that?
No.
No. Okay.
That means that if you wanted to adjust quantities by 25% on any particular line. So many of the items are lump sum. There's only one.
Just unit prices is what you're getting at. Unit prices, you could take the 25% off, but the...
Correct. The base bid is the base bid. You are contractually obligated to accept that unless you were to reject all bids, which is an option, but typically not one that would be pursued when a project comes in under budget with responsible bids. That option would typically be if we or staff had estimated $500,000 and it came in at 1.5, then you might have to reject all the bids because it would be infeasible, but we're under budget, significantly under budget.
Does anybody else want to go? I'm pretty in-depth or lengthy on this thing, so.
Why was this is, I'm not making a judgment on this. Why was the LC Stevens items, why were they all made alternates? Or when did that happen?
Myself and the contractors were asking the same thing.
Do you want that one, Marty, or me?
Direction by staff.
It doesn't matter to me. So Mayor and Council, the reason why the LC Stevens bid was changed to be addendumed to be an alternate is based on information that I had heard from the council about rejecting the bids related to LC Stevens based on the work that was being done.
Okay.
My concern with doing that was that if LC Stevens was still within the base bid, we would not be able to, we'd have to reject all bids instead of just being able to reject an alternate.
Yes.
Which means we have to redo the whole process of bidding, which doesn't look real great on us as a city, but also doesn't feel really well for the contractors. So I made an executive decision as a staff member to say we need to make that as an alternate. That way, if you do not want to do anything LC Stevens this year, you do not have to, and we don't have to reject all base bids related to a project that in PSA 21, I know for a fact those individual homeowners are grasping at a park. Yes, and so by not creating that into an alternate, we could then not deny the alternate, go back to the master plan process, which you guys just approved last meeting or 2 meetings ago. I can't remember which one it was. To redo that master plan process, and then you wouldn't have to go through the whole process again.
Yeah, I guess actually I appreciate that. A lot of these alternates I really don't support at this time. LC Stevens stuff, it just seems like we kind of got this fairly quickly in these especially given that we're looking at replanning this thing, it just seemed odd to me that we'd be putting in this much work into that. Also, not sure I'm happy with what we were looking at for plans for LC Stevens. Some of the alternates, the tree plantings, I'm not sure. I guess I'd pull those too. I don't know. I don't know where you guys at.
Marty and I talked earlier today. We thought it would be important that we had this exhibit available. This was the original Stevens Farm Master Plan done July of 2016 by my old company, Laux. It's really two park sites in a lot of ways, separated by the ravine. It's all one contiguous parcel, of course, but in many ways it operates as two different sides. The property to the west of the ravine, it has the barn ruins, it has the barn that's still standing. It now has a lot of areas that were filled that had trees cut off. We had to get rid of a bunch of dirt in phase 2. The parking that's proposed now, although a slightly different configuration, has always been part of the master plan. It just is in a slightly different configuration because that road entrance is now on the west side of the ravine, the new entry. The proposed improvements in phase 3, the bid that you're considering tonight, really doesn't impact the ability to master plan the remaining portion. Most of that will be happening east of the ravine around a future event center or an expanded performance area. So I honestly don't know how that's being viewed by the council. Obviously, you've committed the money to have the new entity take a look at it. Myself and I think Marty agree, the Park Commission agreed that it was still worth pursuing the development to the west. But you are the ultimate arbiters of that decision.
Does any of this conflict with the water trail plan for the canoe and kayak landing on that north tip of it?
No, in a lot of ways it would enhance it. There's some parking available for that water trails, but on a really particular busy day, the new plan would certainly have a lot more potential parking, and it would add a significant picnic shelter and an opportunity to hang out that. It's a little bit further away on purpose. There's also talk about putting another shelter down farther, which I believe is part of that new plan. I can see this being a very popular destination for that water trail use.
So this popped into my head after the last meeting, but why did we, I don't remember when it was, last fall or last, I don't know, September, August, sometime we had a discussion on buildings on the east side, and then when we received this one, we lost those, and we had a lot of money, it looked like, moved to the west side. What drove that? So we had at one time been talking about something around the stage and something up towards the top, up towards the patio area.
I think the Park Commission decided that they wanted to spend their money on the other side. They didn't think that they would get the bang for their buck out of a band shell because they felt like the The picnic shelter would be more usable for family events and stuff, rather than putting the money into something that may be used 5 times a year, was their thought process.
Yep, and then Mayor and Council, you guys did see the plan after they had their recommendations. I think it was a month ago. Saw the plans. Actually, I think it was the beginning of March. Council reviewed the plans, and that's what was in the plans at that time. So the change happened from Parks Commission. It could have been changed back by City Council if it would if that was needed or wanted. But at the moment, that's what Park Commission had recommended, was to do more of the work on the west side of the ravine.
I think personally, I pushed to eliminate the band shell improvements once it appeared obvious that you were going to consider a new master plan. My opinion was it wouldn't make sense to expand the band shell now and further handicap the master planning opportunities. There is some infrastructure already built there, but I know Scott has different ideas about what that band shell needs to be successful. I didn't think it was money well spent to further improve that now and do another master plan and potentially have an event center. So again, keeping the area east of the ravine kind of more free of those encumbrances made more sense. So then it's designed, it's sitting in my computer, we just pulled it out of the construction documentation and focused on the areas west of the ravine.
So why is it that you don't think that this all base bid, which I believe includes the large cement area and on the west side, why would that also not be a hindrance to the planning, or possibly?
I think it's in general conformance to what has always been master plans. Now, not to say that wouldn't change, but it's in conformance with the previous master plan, and again, acting as 2 different park sites, east or west of the ravine.
Yeah.
We thought it made more sense to push forward, and the park board, after much discussion, agreed with that as well.
Well, so we approved this replanning, 40, how much was it, 40 grand?
60 grand.
It just seems like we need to give them as much leeway as possible to do what might be. That's my take on it.
I guess I'll take off and throw this is probably a whole dollar's worth. I personally don't have too much of a problem with the base bids for 21 or Ione. I don't like any of the plan at Stevens at all. Personally, I think the parking lot should be up in the southwest corner, right along the road, kind of over by the barn. My belief is the barn shouldn't be there, but so I don't like I don't like the fireplace. It's too elaborate for the whole deal. I think it's just way overpriced. All of the tree plantings, though we need them, I'd like to take them out and give it to a local tree grower. It seems that we don't, and I understand why we can't. I mean, we have local people that can do some of this stuff, but we never use them because we have to have a complete contractor oversee it all. So, I mean, we never get that opportunity. As far as some of the things in the base bid, I don't have too much of a problem. On the landscaping on Area 21, there's $5,000 worth of ornamental grass and mulch. Personally, I mean, it's not that big a deal. However, where I do see some issues, now, I also don't feel that it would be that much of a deal to, if we award the trees and all the plantings to a local person, they can probably handle the shrubs at 21 also. Where I really have some other issues is on some of the supplies, the picnic tables, the benches, the bike rack, the charcoal grills, the trash receptacles. All of those items for 21 and Ione add up to about, well, not about, $20,540. If you go online, and I know they're not the exact same park bench or the exact same grill, you can buy these for about $5,300. Now, somebody has to set them down. I get that, I understand that. But Public Works can handle that. It's a matter of taking the trash receptacle and setting it in the park. Or, if Marty doesn't have time to do it, I'm sure I can find 4 or 5 volunteers in this city to do it. Not that the $15,000 is that great big of a deal on a $1 million or a $950,000 project, but it's $15,000. And I can buy all them same things 4 times compared to that bid. And I have all the diagrams. There's the trash can. It's $600, and here they're $3,500. It's a 110-pound concrete trash can. That's me. As far as any of the alternates, I would scratch them all, and not to say that the concrete edge around the picnic table or around the volleyball court, I'd give that to a local concrete guy. And I know it's not a ton of money, but it's another $3,000-4,000 that can come off that bill. If I got really critical about this thing, and I'd be willing to give it up, the 2 shelters, I also agree there could be a shelter at Stevens Park. Ideally, I also agree it could be on the west side. But I don't like the number of $143,000 for 2 shelters when I got a quote from a company that'll put them up for $109,000. They're not the same shelter, but it's steel, powder coated, 10-year warranty, whatever. I'd give that part up. Where I really want to see some different growth on Stevens is, and I don't like the parking area in the design. I didn't realize that we kind of aligned the place for the plan, and I get why you're doing it. I mean, that's the plan you had to go off of. I don't like the way we kind of buried some of the stuff to come up with the future plan that this might happen. I think the conversation should have maybe happened a while back.
It did periodically. The parking lot being kind of laid right smack in the center of the thing has come up a couple times. It's just this body never decided to replan it. And to me, that's one of the things I'd like to see changed. So I'm leery of doing anything at Stevens because I just see us making changes to this.
The amphitheater that we've got some work done on, it wasn't that long ago that, and you and I both agreed, that is the picture-perfect spot for this thing. And I would personally elaborate on that before I did anything at Stevens. And this diagram, we can have this for $120,000 built. Now that's plus concrete and plus electrical. So you might have $200,000, $250,000 into it. I'd put the money there before I did anything at Stevens. We're trying to get a music in the park or some events going down there, and if it rains, the event's canceled. Not to say that if it rains, anybody's going to come anyway, but it's just not. It's not built for entertainment at this stage. That's me personally. I would accept the base bids, but I'd have an issue with some of the bike rack, all that miscellaneous equipment that goes in the park.
So I would caution you against the value of the general contractor, the bidding process that you go through. I'm certain that you could hire ABC Concrete to come in and do a project for the city of Dayton and be within the $175,000 threshold and have to go through quotes and save some money. But somebody has to manage that. Somebody has to oversee the construction. Somebody has to be spending the time. So, I don't think it's quite that simple, to be honest. it takes a lot of work to put together a set of plans, to put together a set of documents, to detail everything to the way that it can be built in a reasonable fashion. So I think you're minimizing the work that goes into putting out a set of documents and the bidding process that 6 companies took the time to go through to put forth bids. None of them were happy with the decision to take out LC Stevens. There was a lot of questions.
I really don't care if they're happy or not.
Well, I understand that's your point of view, but eventually you piss enough people off and you have trouble finding people to do the work. So
I highly doubt that. Money drives the world.
I think you and the park board need to be on the same page. I'm in a difficult position in that I have to respond to all of the comments that we get. You saw the plans as they went forward. Decisions were made. This is what we have.
I understand.
If you want to reject the bids, you can do that. There's a lot of time and effort and costs that went into that. The parking lot will never be less expensive than it will be under this proposed contract. So,
Oh, my parking lot would be more, probably twice, but it's probably twice that size. I mean, we don't even know how many stalls are in this parking lot. You can't tell me. I mean, I asked you all that last week and you couldn't tell me.
you can look at the plans.
Okay? That's where I am.
I think it's short-sighted.
Short-sighted or not, I mean, I get it. We're paying you to design what you were asked to design. I get that. But I don't like the plan, so I don't like the plan on the west side.
Yeah, again, that's kind of my hang-up. I mean, we put this replan forward for a reason. Because there are a lot of things about this plan I didn't like from the get-go. And I've heard from residents that didn't like it. There's other residents don't have a clue what's in it, but it just seems like the placement of some of these things I'd question.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
With the replan, how does that fit into this? So we say, yep, let's play the game. We say, yep, this is fine, go ahead with all of the alternatives.
Yeah.
And then we tell them, oh, hey, by the way, like,
It
this has to be in the replan, or like, so we're kind of locking in certain
Yeah.
things. So
Whatever we put in is obviously locked in.
So I think that's, sorry, my wheels are turning, my mouth isn't working.
Ben, go ahead.
I appreciate all of the work that went into this, because there's a lot of work here. Like, I want to acknowledge that firsthand, but also I feel like we've got all these pieces that we're trying to shove into one puzzle, which we don't know what the picture looks like. You know what I'm saying? So that's not your fault. You're working off the plan that you had, or that we had in 2016. But that was 2016, correct?
Yep.
Making sure I got the right year. That's a long time ago, and like, again, the vision has changed, and a lot has changed from even what we have today at LC Stevens. So like, I think I have a little bit of a hang up trying to, again, shove puzzle pieces into a puzzle that we're still trying to figure out what the picture is.
Based on that, Mayor Council, it sounds like I hear kind of a unanimous motion that I'm hearing in general. I'm just trying to keep the conversation rolling here. It sounds like we're okay with just doing the base bids at this moment, and
I have
all
no
of the
problem with
alternates
the base bids.
sounds like we're all not going to be not okay with the alternates, which is totally fine. And we just need a motion and a second to accept the base bids, and we can move forward. We do not have to accept any of the alternates. That's why they are alternates, and that's why I made the decision to move LC Stevens into an alternate, is because of that exact reason that I'm hearing tonight. So.
That's much appreciated.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I have no problem with the alternates for Ion Gardens and 21. It's going to get a better name, right, than...
No.
Yeah, I'll
You say 21.
Yes, it's 21. So I'm fine with the alternatives for that. But I agree, and I think Steph, like, we're coming in late to this, the LC Stevens dialogue.
Yes.
But I'm also, if we have dropped that much money to re-envision LC Stevens, it seems ridiculous to spend any money to do anything that we'd either have to A, pay to undo, or B, hamstring a group that we brought in to redo this. So my personal vote is to take the base bids plus the alternatives for PS 21 and Island Gardens. That's my opinion.
That's an important clarification that we need a unanimous decision on, because it would change the apparent low bidder depending on which alternates you accept or not. I'm trying to do some mental math here as we look at it, because there's too many different scenarios, but I believe that if you were to take the orange highlighted...
I'm going to go back to your custom builder one. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna go
I think it
back
was,
to
you
One
can
too
go
many.
through it, but I think
If we
it's-
took the orange highlighted above, I don't see the cursor there, above that point right there, so
Yeah.
PSA A through D and IOG A, just the orange highlighted ones, the award would still go to custom
I think it
builders.
would go to custom builders without the alternates, I think.
Without the alternates, it's Veda.
Yep.
The low is highlighted in the green on each side there. So custom had 7 out of the 10 as low on the alternates. A company that's off the edge of the page had 1 of the 10, and then Veda had the base bid and just 2 of the alternates. So, and both of those were on LC Stevens. So yeah, I think selecting most, if not all, of the alternates for PSA and Island Gardens would be retained for custom.
I'm doing the math here as we speak here. Any direction with the council, if that's what you want to do. If you want to do base bid, that's easy. So that's
I have to say I'm pretty conflicted on this, because as philosophically we've talked about as a council, putting more faith and more onus on some of our commissions, and trying, I think, at a higher level to stay out of micromanaging and revisiting every decision that particularly the Parks Commission makes, but also the Planning Commission at times. But there's a lot of work been put into this. This is their recommendations, are these highlighted alternates along with the base bids. And while I think some of them are, I worry about too that we are doing something at LC Stevens that may in fact not be optimum for, continuing that plan and working on the east section of it, or even revisiting the west side of it. I feel like we've tried to put some faith in these people and to listen to what they have to say, and now we're kind of saying, well, not really. And so I have a hard time with that piece of it. I do worry about us spending money that on LC Stevens in particular that that is going to be wasted money or not fit with the final plan. So I guess my feeling is, but then we lost a year too, and that also is frustrating to me, that, we didn't get to where we wanted to be last year. And now by, pulling those LC Stevens pieces out of this overall project, we're setting ourselves back another year, I would say, easily.
For LC Stevens.
For LC Stevens.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, because we can, as far as this can happen next month.
Yeah.
No, it couldn't. Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
I understand, Paul.
Absolutely
You're saying
not,
it
sir.
can't. I've already talked to the guy that we can buy the kit and put it up. I understand you're saying no, but I
I'm
made
saying
the
you're
call.
wrong.
Well, then the guy gave me bad information.
Okay.
And
I do agree with your, we did try to move more responsibility to these commissions. I just think on this one, it does behoove us to step in and say, we're replanning this thing. I don't know. I'm confident that pulling these out is the right
I'm not saying we're not
decision,
doing some of them
but-
things. I'm saying we're giving it to somebody else. The tree plantings, 100%, we can save 30% off of that $50,000. As far as the park commission is concerned, nobody made the call. I promise you, nobody else made the call to talk to a local grower about what that number is.
Sure, and so you're talking about PSA D and
21.
IOGA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still gonna plant them, but we're gonna use somebody else.
Mayor,
And why
okay,
wouldn't
so-
we if we can save 10 or 15,000 bucks?
Well, because part of the reason the bids maybe, I don't know.
No, they can
I'm
come
not the
out.
person who bid them, but you're looking, if you're bidding, and I don't know because I'm not used to this alternative bid, right? Like that's not,
That's the big difference.
yeah. But like, I'm just thinking about when my dad bid jobs. Some things, yes, maybe like, he was looking at the overall bid, not necessarily individual line items. And it's like, so maybe they can in fact do it cheaper, but I don't want to say padding's not the right word, but like,
That's why it's an
if you
alternate.
start pulling out every little individual thing, you're micromanaging to a point that I just, like, I get what you're saying, but I'm also with, let's trust the parks and we ask these people to do this and let's just go with
But
the
that's
company.
why they're alternates, because they're able to be pulled out
I
individually.
know, but.
And the bidders know that.
So are you saying then that you would be in favor of removing the ones for Elsie Stevens but
Yes.
leaving the others?
Correct.
I'm just trying to make sure like I understand what everyone
Yes.
is saying.
Yes.
At the root of it all, that's what you're saying, at the bottom.
Yes, because I agree with Dave. I think we should, like, we asked the Parks Commission to make the recommendation. They had this conversation. They went through all this. This is what they said. And my only hang up is Elsie Stevens. If we're replanning it, let's not spend money, particularly because it's a lot of money, to just redo it. But I want to trust the Parks Commission on their conversation. And yes, maybe we'd save 10%, but at a certain point,
It's not 10%. It's 15, 20,000 bucks that can be spent somewhere else. I challenge anybody to use your own billfold on that. What would you do? Not one of us in this room would spend that money if it was us paying the bill.
So if we accept the base bids and include PSA A and PSA B, does that change the vendor?
Yes. There's a $50,000 difference between Beta and Custom on PSA A, a smaller amount on PSA B. The Park Commission was very
You're saying to keep.
unanimous and adamant
Correct.
that trees were an important part of the parks. Of all the alternates, those were the ones that they, I believe unanimously said that they were in favor
Yeah,
of.
I don't think that's the question. I think what Scott is saying is that there's a local.
Can I just say something? We're getting hung up on, the
Yeah.
replan of the master plan and stuff like that. When we sent out the RFP for the companies to submit for that rework of the master plan, this phase 3 was included in that packet, so they're all aware of what was proposed in that packet. And particularly MSA, who are working on the water trail with us, know exactly what that's about. So I think that the feeling is that they can work around it because it is pretty much in the original master plan. So that was, how they were looking
If they're
at it.
just redoing the master plan, why are we giving them $40,000?
60,000.
60,000.
Almost 60,000 bucks.
Because I can do that.
No, you can't, because I've already done it and nobody's ever
I
seen
want to
it.
see changes to that master plan.
Yeah, well, that's what we're going to see. Is I think that what the council was looking for was what that building was going to be and what was going to happen on the east side there, because we didn't have any idea what it was going to look like, what it was going to cost, or any of that information. So that was kind of the key part. And the other side was the playground area that we wanted to have some idea what we're going to do with that, and those structures that are over that side. Are they usable? Are we not going to use them? Are we going to knock those down? So there's a lot of other things there that still need to be resolved and get the. I think that we only identified 3 phases on the original plan. So this is to finish out the phasing on that.
The other thing that I'll point out on the retaining wall, it's, I believe it's 28 of them same limestone rocks that we got over at.
That's right.
It's $58,000 in limestone blocks that we're not happy, that some of us are not happy because they're all breaking apart at Stevens Park now. I'll make a motion to approve the base bid, and that's it.
And then you're gonna award that to Veda?
But that would go to Veda.
Yeah, it would end up going there because that's the lowest bid. Yeah.
Okay. That's your, okay.
So, I mean, hopefully we've got the numbers resolved somewhat. If we keep PSA in there,
You want all of PSA in there? All the alternates?
sorry, PSAA
Okay,
and say B, it's a small number, but
okay,
will that send the bid to custom builders?
yes.
Yes.
Yes,
And if we don't, it won't.
correct.
Yes.
So if we did that, then we would get all the, I'll leave the adjectives out, the limestone and landscaping and whatnot for $22K, which seems pretty significantly cheap compared to the other
Certainly
one.
$50,000 cheaper than the other one.
Yeah, it is. It's significant.
It's the area shown in purple here on the exhibit. But yeah, that was a very good price.
Yeah, it just seems like,
The tree plantings are a very good price. I know Scott doesn't believe it, but
I am
I
not
do landscape
What?
plans every
What did you
week.
say?
It's a very good price.
The what?
The tree plantings, the alternates for the tree plantings was.
Well, it might be a
lower
good
than-
price, but there's 25 to 30% cheaper local,
That wasn't true the last time, but
whatever. I made the call yesterday.
so, let's see if we can sift through this stuff. Are you okay with leaving PSAA in there if it drives the
Yeah,
bid to
that's fine.
custom builder?
I can live with it.
Can we do A and B?
A and B?
Can I take out the bike path and all that other kind of, or the miscellaneous equipment and we,
no.
I don't think
That's
so.
part of base
That's,
bid.
yeah, that's the base
That's part of
bid.
base bid. You don't have the ability to
Yep.
do line item changes.
I bet if I call them up and say, you got the deal, but this comes out, they take it.
Maybe.
The contractor,
100%.
the contractor
For
may
15
be willing to work with you on some of that, but legally you don't have the ability to make line item changes.
Legally.
To the base
legally.
bid.
You offered a project for bid.
Yep.
Bids were received for base bid. Those were part of the base bid. You are obligated to accept or reject those base bids.
I think what he's saying is, we either reject the whole thing or we suck that up.
It makes absolutely 0 sense at all.
That's, here we are.
It's like President
It's got
Trump
in the
said the other day, that's the stupidest thing I've
Councilor Sonic, in the future, let's make sure we look at those things when we're putting out the bid then, if we don't want to do those little nitty things. We just
Okay.
got to make sure we take them out, so.
But then-
We could do it in the future.
I think we're gonna need a lot more time to go through some of this stuff, because again,
Yeah.
the limestone thing just boggles my mind.
Sure.
But we'll see, it's 22K. So you're okay with leaving PSA and A and B in there,
reluctantly.
reluctant? Where are you guys at with tree plantings?
I won't be okay with that. But I've lost before, so who cares?
So
I would
is
like to see
the,
them pulled out, but
see,
I'm not gonna.
is the commitment that we're still going to plant all these
Yes,
trees?
100%.
We're just going to treat
But we're
that
just gonna
as
do
a
it local
separate
instead of
project?
As a
giving it
separate
to the
project, yeah.
Contractor.
And I think we have that right because it's an alternate?
Yep.
I'll say I'm not gonna die on that hill. I'm okay either way.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm not
I'm
gonna
okay
die
with
on
them
that hill.
out, I'm okay
That's-
with them in.
Scott's gonna
It's
die on
not-
that hill.
Scott, you can die
I'm
on
not gonna
whatever
die on
hill.
the
No,
hill.
no.
I
If
think
it's
foolish to
important,
spend money that you don't have to.
yeah, if it's important, I get it. I'm just saying that I'm not willing to die on the hill.
Yep.
I understand why we do it, because it's not our money.
So you
It is my money,
No, well,
partly.
You want to pull them out, and is everybody else okay with pulling them out?
As long as we're committing to still doing them.
Yes, agreed.
100%.
Yep. Okay, so basically of these alternates, we would keep in PSAA, PSAB. Are we all okay with that, or three of us? Go ahead, Dave.
So we're essentially dumping all of the LC Stevens Park.
I want to pull them
We can
out.
revisit it.
I think
I
I'd
don't
like
want to,
them-
I don't want to lose another year on it. I guess
I
that's
don't
my
either.
reluctance.
I think it's ridiculous
What was the
myself, but
timeline on the master plan?
There was none.
There wasn't one. Okay.
6 months. It's going to be a while.
Sorry.
Like getting it
I
out
think
the
it's a new,
yeah, sorry.
I think it's
should have
roughly
been
6
clear.
months to a year. Sorry, I thought you
Okay.
meant the original 2016.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you wait for that
I'm
master plan,
sorry.
you're losing this year.
Oh, yes. Yep.
But I would rather know the direction we're going than do something and wish we hadn't. So yes, to move things along, yes, Dennis.
I don't need MSA to tell me to build this.
Well,
That's the problem that I have with this whole thing, is we always need somebody else to tell us what to do. And I've been used to making my own decisions.
That'll be another agenda item.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I think where we're at is, at least most of us are alternates. We're going to keep PSA-A, PSA-B. Nothing else.
Okay.
Fine.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
That's the motion.
Is that you want
I'll
to make
change
that
the motion to say that reluctantly. I don't like, well,
Yes, you,
go ahead with it. I mean,
Okay.
In my mind, we're spending 20 grand that we don't have to, but you guys don't care to spend.
On
it.
PSA-A? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds like PSA A and B
A
are
and
in.
B.
Yep.
So that would be custom builders?
That would be
Custom
custom builders.
builders.
Yep.
Everybody's going to custom builders.
Okay, so the motion is, you're making this?
Yeah.
Is to take the base bids, PSA-A and PSA-B,
Award it
and
to custom builders.
not the
Yep.
alternate, not the rest of the alternates. So it get awarded to custom builders.
Yes. For a price of $1,026,918.
Okay, so that's a motion by
I didn't do math.
Scott,
A million what?
26,918.
And 18 cents.
and I need a second.
Second.
Sarah. Any more discussion? Thank you. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 4-1. That was a motion by Scott and Sarah. Whew, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Item K.
Exciting stuff. Okay, so this is DCM Farms. As the council's aware, the project is located off of Fernbrook and 113th. The application is for an amendment to the zoning map as well as a preliminary plat approval. The project includes 91 acres, 253 single-family homes. The net density is 3.16 units per acre. And just for anyone that can see this, that it's specific to the area that is colored, not the area that is in white. For the zoning map amendment, currently the property is zoned A1 agricultural, and again, the request is to rezone it from A1 to R3 with a PUD overlay. PUDs allow for flexibility from the code, so essentially there's deviations from minimum code standards in return for a public benefit. The deviations are highlighted in yellow. Just to summarize this, generally speaking, what the developer is asking for is to decrease the minimum lot size as well as to have a higher percentage of narrower lots. The R3 district allows up to 30% of the lots that are less than 62 feet wide, whereas the developer is proposing 70%. The minimum lot width would be 40 feet. So generally speaking, just to summarize it, there's the majority of the project is going to have narrower lots than what the R3 district normally would require. And the image on the left is just a blown-up version of, and I have a hard time seeing this too, of the different lot sizes. Or, yes. For the preliminary plat, again, we have deviations from the code as well as the public benefits. The public benefits that are suggested for this would be the full funding of a roundabout at 114th and Fernbrook, as well as contributions towards a future roundabout at 117th,
HOA amenities, and also parkland dedication.
Is there parkland dedications over and above our normal?
Yeah, so that is one of the requirements of the R3 district. It's not spelled out probably as clearly, but with this project, the developer is dedicating 3.2 acres for Area 21, as well as paying full park and trail dedication fees. So that's roughly about $1.8 million in fees. Critical issues with this are the deviations and benefits, as well as the alleyway and stormwater, and I'll just go through those quickly. While I previously had discussed the deviations and benefits. The deviations, again, are 70% of the lots will be narrower than 62 feet, whereas the R3 district allows up to 30%. Minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet versus 6,500. Minimum lot width of 40 feet versus 55, and a front and rear setbacks of 25 feet versus 30 feet. The houses that are drawn here are indicative of the homes that would be in. I'm thinking these are the villa or just kind of the alley-loaded garages.
Those are the
alley-loaded garages here. So the question for the council is, are you supportive of the deviations? And I can kind of go through these one or just wait till the end and
just go to the end.
Have a discussion. Okay. Benefits for this: the developer would provide 100% of the cost of the roundabout on 114th. We're estimating this is roughly $2 million, as well as contribute a proportionate share towards the future roundabout at 117th. We've not figured out what this amount would be, but this would be decided or figured out as part of the development agreement, as well as HOA amenities. Park Commission had recommended, I keep calling them pergolas, but gazebos.
Gazebos.
Yeah. Gazebos that are located on this pond as well as this pond. The alleyways. So these are the 6 homes, existing 6 homes along Fernbrook. If the roundabout is built as it is with a median, it's potentially that these 2 homes would lose the ability of making left-hand turns. So the alternative to that is to provide an alleyway behind these homes where the 6 homeowners would have the option of putting in a driveway. They would not be required to do that. That would be an option. As it is currently, there's proposed to be a trail that's located on here. It'd be an 8-foot trail, so if there's an alleyway, that trail would increase from 8 feet to 12 feet. I think it would probably impact the corner of this backyard potentially to make the curve. I'll note that the roundabout is supported by Hennepin County. It is not designed. The design itself hasn't been reviewed, so it's possible that the roundabout may shift south, which potentially could allow the left-hand turn movements to stay. This is a detail it's important. It still needs to be worked out. However, that can be worked out as part of the final plat. Critical issues for stormwater, and I got to lean on Jason to explain this, but so.
Well, it's something being looked into. There's a couple of the ponds at the outlets. The ponds are landlocked in the sense that there's not a sufficient overland flow from them. So they're relying on a single outlet, so we're just asking for a redundant system to allow it. So it's just a second insurance, if you will, to prevent localized flooding. So that just needs to be addressed.
Is that between all of the ponds or just the 2?
Between 2 of them.
The 2 to the south?
The north to the south, and then I'll just point because it's easier.
Yeah.
Between this pond, and then between the 2 of them.
Okay, so they're all connected then.
Yeah, these are basically just balanced through a pipe, so that one's at an even grade, and then there's a flow through here with an emergency overflow. So it's something we're working through with them. We don't anticipate it to be a major concern, but we need that revision.
Is that when we do pond maintenance, I mean, I would assume we kind of schedule that for the ponds that are under our control?
These will all be city-maintained pond
Right.
under their MS4 permit, yeah.
So, is that something we check when we do pond maintenance to make sure that those overflows are clear? Okay.
Yeah.
Questions?
Questions?
Yeah, I have a lot.
The roundabout. Do we 100% know that we can make that roundabout and allow a left-hand turn?
No.
What do you mean, allow a left-hand turn?
Into the two homes?
Or for that matter, any of them homes?
Jason?
100% no. We anticipate that they can be accommodated, whether that's through a shortened median, the roundabout being shifted south, or creating breaks within the median to at least allow that left turn in. So we anticipate there's design mechanisms to make it available to make those left turns. However, it is county jurisdiction, so it's going to be up to their final
So if we
approval
approve
for the design.
And all of a sudden, the county says, no, it's going to be a 200-foot median, we're stuck, or they're stuck.
Then we would have to consider either moving it farther south or doing a different configuration of the intersection.
Or
Does the county have the authority to landlock properties like that? I mean,
It would be
seems like we're
certainly
talking
to
about
restrict accesses, because it happens commonly. This one seems, I'm just going to say, in my opinion, less reasonable to enforce because there's no mechanism for a U-turn or no ability for a reasonable U-turn. If there was a roundabout at 117th, I would say absolutely that they could move forward with it. Yeah, we anticipate it being able to be accommodated, but again, with Hennepin County as the final jurisdiction on it, we can't say with certainty that it would be allowed.
So then my other question would be, is a roundabout more necessary at Rush Creek and Elm Creek Road or here?
Depends on who you are.
Yeah.
That would be my answer. It depends on which intersection is used by who. Both are warranted, in my opinion. This will be warranted for the additional traffic and to be honest, replace the current situation with the 113th connection. I mean, that's going to be relocated and provide another safe, efficient connection. Rush Creek Parkway needs one as well, no doubts. That intersection needs upgrades also. I don't know if I have a way of saying one is more important than the other. I would say they are both warranted.
you mean the connection or the roundabout at 114?
A safe connection.
Yeah.
Whether that's accomplished through a roundabout or other means.
Right.
But I'll just say a safe connection
I think
is
it makes
warranted.
sense to run that up there. My concern is that we're putting a lot of money into that as a roundabout, or I shouldn't say we, but that's part of the PUD process. I don't see why we wouldn't put that effort, money into Rush Creek. Rush Creek's a nightmare. We already know it's got Fs all around, and it just seems to me that, this roundabout, as far as the city goes, it'll slow down, it'll slow down speeds in the immediate vicinity, but it won't take long for people to get on the gas and get back up to speed. It just seems to me that money should be put at Rush Creek. 117th, I don't know. I guess I don't know what the numbers are there. It wouldn't surprise me if that needs a roundabout, but we all know that Rush Creek is just a mess.
And realistically, we can do that, right? I mean, it doesn't matter where the money goes.
It could be worked through the developer's agreement, I assume.
So that was some of my questions is, I'm not even sure, what happens with the 114th if you can't get the right-of-way for the roundabout? I'm sure there's right-of-way needed there. I just have a lot of questions about doing the roundabout there. I have no problem. It makes sense to move 113th up there. I don't know that it makes sense to put the money into a roundabout there instead of.
So you just want a regular, just plain intersection there with a stop sign on?
You ain't gonna get a stop sign on there.
No.
No, I meant like, not around.
On the cross street.
Just
On
cross street. That's-
114th.
Yep.
Sorry. that's what I
I'd be
meant.
okay with that if the money, if it ends up going to Rush Creek. I would definitely be okay with that. I mean, there's probably all kinds of questions around that, but you guys can go. I still got a whole bunch of questions.
I think that they're both needed. It seems to me like 117th would be the third most important one. I think ultimately we need them all to have any control over the speed on that road, but
Yeah.
I would say Rush Creek is more important than 117th to me. But I
think so.
And if it can be built in a way that doesn't block access for those two homes, and it seems reasonable that should be able to happen, then I think the roundabout needs to go there.
Well, then we're still left with, we don't have funding for the Rush Creek one, so.
Mayor and Council, I'll offer a suggestion just as an example. I think we would be able to look at a state funding bonding request as well at a much more efficient rate for a Rush Creek Parkway, which where we already have information about how poor it is for grades, to be able to really push roadways, because that is typically a bipartisan issue at the legislature, and we can really push some dollars for at the intersection. At 114th, because it's an unproven intersection and it has no data, it's going to be really hard to push a roundabout at that intersection specifically for state bonding dollars, and or from the county as well, because the county knows that the Rush Creek Parkway and Fernbrook access is terrible as well, and they have no data for the 114th one. So that might be just something to think about as well for other funding sources. Not saying that is not any more important, because it is important as well, but just funding sources are only available for so many different locations.
So you're just saying if you play the odds, we'd be better off with.
That's correct.
And then, I mean, do we then use this at 117th instead of 114th? I don't know.
I don't know that answer.
Do you guys have traffic numbers for that?
We do have counts at 117th, or at least limited data. It is, I'll say, farther from warranted at 117th than Rush Creek Parkway, certainly. Again, 114th is a non-existing.
Right.
So,
but so we know, that this is going to drive cars to 114th. Is it comparable to 117th? I wouldn't think so, but
117th will be a higher traffic load. With the unknown of what will happen at the Sundance Event Center, or that, I mean, that could drive a lot of business. I mean, there's also going to be a lot of homes in here, so, I mean, that'll be increasing pressure as well. 117th will probably stay a more heavily trafficked intersection. However, I do expect all of them to increase.
Yeah.
With build out.
I agree. It's just a matter of, it would be nice to have something in the DA that give us an out. I mean, if right away couldn't be achieved, or somehow, the county said, no, you're gonna block those houses, or something else came up. I don't know what we do if the DA says you're gonna put a roundabout in here and can't.
Sure. So, I mean, right now, we're just at preliminary plat stage. So the intention is we're going to solve these problems before final plat.
Yeah, it'd be nice to.
Maybe.
So, yeah, I get it. Okay. Anybody else have questions?
These will all be items that we will look at if preliminary plat is approved, most certainly. Just want to make sure that that's clear to Mayor and Council.
The other thing I don't like about these roundabouts is the lighting. Anybody around there, it's lit up. And I'm not a fan of lights, as everybody knows. There again, Rush Creek. 117th is at least away from, there's still houses there, but they're not nearly as close as the ones on 114th.
There's one that's very close on 117th.
There. All across.
Southeast.
Oh, but they're.
Well, they've got trees there.
No, it's just more.
I think typically, Jason, if we typically have two street lights on roundabouts? One on each
Roundabouts,
side of it?
there's,
The county is pretty,
it's a pretty regimented
Yep.
lighting scheme. I want to say there's 6.
yeah,
Um,
it's lit up.
Yeah, I think there's one on each approach and one at the junction of the major legs, and then at least one on either side of the other.
Is that different than what would be required for a stoplight?
Stoplight would be lighted, would be illuminated as well, but it would probably just be 2 Cobra style on opposite corners is what is typical. So hard to compare. I'd say maybe less area, if you will, to be illuminated.
So what you're suggesting is a roundabout at 117th, because from an illumination standpoint, there's really only one house that's...
Not necessarily just
Okay.
that, it's the traffic too.
Okay.
I'm,
117th is more
To me-
trafficked, because it's
to
that
me-
whole...
right, and it's gonna grow. Although, to Jason's point, 114th, depending on, what happens, on 113th to the west, it could increase. I think it's just a question we should look at. I thought that alleyway we beat to death a couple meetings back and chucked it.
I can't remember if it was chucked or not. I'll say that the existing homeowners are opposed to having the alleyway.
Right, and
And they're
can't
for the
imagine.
trail.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
trail and then,
So the last question is water and sewer. Do you want to have the developer required to do that, or just based on homeowner direction? So that was one of the questions. You want to go back to that? Alley?
yeah,
There you go. So the last question in there is, should sewer and water and alley be required? The alley, obviously, you had mentioned would go away, but the trail's still going to exist.
I like the trail, I like sewer water, I don't like the alley.
Okay.
But that might, but again, depending on the if roundabout, no roundabout design, alley might be the only
I
way.
don't think the alleyway helps them at all, because their house is the wrong way.
Well, yeah,
So that's why I didn't, yeah. Unless they want to park in the grass, and we don't know that.
It is possible to flip the garages. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
impossible. It's not fun. I'm not saying that's
Right.
the right option. I'm just saying it is possible.
and put a new driveway in,
Yep.
and that's a shit,
Yep.
that's.
Well, I'm not saying it's
excuse
not
my
po-
language, that is a ton of money to
Right.
put on homeowners who
It's
don't
an
want
option.
it.
I'm not
okay
saying
with
that that's
that.
what we want to do. I'm just saying that it is possible.
It
It's just,
provides an option.
yes.
A terrible option.
Better than no option. No, sometimes you think it's better with no option? Okay.
It's not worth talking about.
Well, it's more, it's the sense of a false, the people making the decision can make
not a real
themselves feel
choice.
better and be like, oh, I gave them a choice, when you didn't really. Like, that's where I get, that's where my hang up is we pretend like, oh, it's okay, when it's not okay. That's where, so like, is it a choice? I mean, I guess, but not really. And so that's why I have a problem with that.
Kind of
Personally.
like accepting $1 million bid and telling the guy I'm gonna take 20 out.
It's gonna take a couple meetings to break that loose, huh?
That's stupid.
Why did Parks want a trail instead of that sidewalk? Yeah,
So this is a trail that kind of goes through the neighborhood here, and then there's a sidewalk along the street, and then a trail along 114th. So the idea is to connect this trail to this trail rather than along a sidewalk. And so you go from, was it 5 foot? How wide's the sidewalk? From 5 feet to 8 feet.
And
From
then it
5
would
foot
be-
sidewalk to an 8 foot trail.
okay. And there's enough space in there for that.
It keeps getting tighter, but it's.
Go through my list here. Oh. The whole question about I don't remember what the term was, but it was basically this sequestered water issue.
Mm-hmm.
What's the term? Is that right?
Perched water?
Perched, ground
Perched.
water.
Yeah.
How's that being handled?
I'm gonna look
Engineering
at
question.
I'm gonna look to Jason. I don't know if he wants it.
Well, I mean, perched groundwater is just infiltrated water from precipitation. So it just doesn't make it down to the actual groundwater, so it's kind of a superficial.
It's stuck.
At a higher level, right. Yeah, there's probably a more compacted layer of soil somewhere that's trapping that water and slowing down, getting rid of that. In all honesty, and there will be some disagreement, I'm sure, but development generally reduces perched groundwater
Just
in
because
this,
they churn everything up?
because an impervious surface is put on it's paved roads. Now you're not letting any water pass through, and it's instead collected, sent to ponds, and then it's discharged downstream. So it actually allows less to enter the ground. So it is actually, in the end, a reduction of the perched groundwater. Not to say it can't exist, and there can certainly be cases where that continues even post-development.
So how do we know that this does get resolved? Is it pretty easy to detect this perched water?
No, not necessarily. I mean, you can install piezometers, which are just measuring wells, just holes in the ground, and you measure water levels, either using a transducer for continuous readings or manual readings. But that's just a spot check of where the water levels are, but it fluctuates with precipitation quite a bit, so it can vary a lot. Not easy to track where it's coming from or how it's moving or anything else either. So you just know it's there if your sump pump is running, for example, you know there's water there. So intercepting it with drain tile is usually the highest success. If you can find somewhere to route that water, for example, on one of the adjacent homes, running a drain tile line along the property line and then connecting it to a ditch or a structure or some other discharge point is intercepting the problem or diverting the water before it's a problem within the home.
I don't know if that answered your question, Mayor, but
No,
the answer
I
is,
understand it,
I don't think
but
we can.
It's just.
There was, we actually did have a geotechnical engineer address it for this situation specifically, this site. I'm basically paraphrasing a lot of the findings from it.
What did he address or did?
Oh, just to address how the groundwater, the perched groundwater works, how that is present. It's not actual groundwater. Basically what I just kind of summarized, he just provided a memo outlining that.
And I guess I understand how development can probably resolve the problem, but
I don't know if you're going to ever
Seems-
guarantee
I
the
don't know
issue.
if
Is
you're
that
gonna-
what you're looking for, Mayor?
There's no solution there, really. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't.
I mean, it could be some kind of a sand seam or other through the soils. That's kind of an anomaly too. So it's not, I don't know if there's any foolproof way to just blanket solution across the area by any means. There could always be situations that need to be addressed individually or specifically.
What is the next step if, just through the course of development, this doesn't resolve itself? I mean, it sounds like there's a possibility that would happen. Is drain tiling along the property edges the next logical thing to do there?
Very well could be. I mean, the monitoring wells would be another way. We actually started to piece together the costs on it. However, for the costs of monitoring to find the problem is probably going to be more expensive than the drain tile and or waterproofing of the structures or other means that
Seems like
might
Lee
just make sense
Hallquist
to do
is
those.
monitoring for us.
Yeah.
90 seconds,
guys. Does it make sense, and I guess I don't know, if a sewer line is run through back there, does it make sense to drain tile it at the same time, or is that at different depths, or?
No, that could certainly be done if there's storm sewer available and deep enough in the area. And it's not excessively expensive. I mean, I guess it does add up. You're probably looking at $30 a foot or so to install drain tile. But hopefully I'm not too far off on my guess.
That's definitely more than the PVC.
What kind of excavating is gonna go on here? Are we gonna dig down 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet? I don't know, I have no idea, but.
Where?
Generally, site balance.
Yeah, are we ready?
When you're ready, I can probably address some of that.
Yeah, go ahead, come on up, Tom.
Hi, Tom Dean, 11261 Fernbrook Lane. So I think towards the back of the homes, we're gonna grade right now. There's a lot of drainage that just runs towards the home, but we're not gonna be in there digging out. We're not lowering 10 feet behind their existing homes, right? There's gonna be a trail. We need to somewhat blend our lot into theirs, but we will have drainage. We'll have storm sewer along the back property line. We're gonna try to take, right now, after all the years of a field and just ground, there's nobody really maintaining a ditch.
Right.
Sometimes you get a furrow and it builds up, other times, so we're gonna have a swale in there, it's gonna be established. And in those areas, I'm assuming somewhere there'll be a catch basin. I don't know all the specs, but I know when we put storm sewer in rear yards, and it goes so far, and then we get there's a catch basin for it. I'm sure some of it's based on the slope. Also, all the homes that will be built to the west adjacent to it, all the homes in the city, city requirements is a drain tile in the backyard that everybody's sump pump runs into it. No sump pumps run out, daylighted on a yard anymore. So they're all attached to that. So it'll be that drain tile back there. Now going up the road there up to the other piece where we have the alley load houses, that's one of the main, that's the main trunk line that will go further north. So I mean, somewhere through there in the middle, I think that thing's running 20, 30 feet deep. So somewhere through the middle, we should be cutting a pretty big ditch. I'm not an engineer to know if that's going to solve any of it, right? I'm just telling you, I think there's things to do. I mean, it's happened, not even, if I don't do anything, right, because it's a farm field, what we've been doing hasn't done anything to contribute to the health or to make it worse. I think just what we're doing is going to help.
Should help.
I mean, I've talked to Lee many times. I said, hey, if there is a problem and we got to get a drain tile or something to pump out, and I don't know the level of his basement compared to the storm sewer. Storm sewer might not drain. It could potentially require a sump basket to come out, just like all the houses do. And I also offered to do just a water test. I mean, he's monitoring his well, saying it's not leaking, but it doesn't mean maybe a neighbor isn't. I don't know. It could be other contributing things, right? It's under the ground. We don't know. I'm not disagreeing with Lee saying once the development happened next door, that's, what happened. But there are different things that could cause it too, and it may fix it.
Yeah.
But I would agree with us digging a deep sewer pipe, putting stormwater in the back. Anything we're doing, I believe, has to help the situation.
I would certainly think if you dig down 20 feet, it's going to make some difference.
Yep. And there isn't going to be any water. I mean, if you look where we're digging, and if you said it all occurred when they were on the Lee farm, I mean, we're dissecting that. Does it change? I don't know. I know all our digging, on our soil borings, we're not dewatering anywhere. We don't have to dewater. It's not like the water table's high. So, but besides that, I'm not an expert on it.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, I think you're saying the right stuff. I think what ultimately we want to know is that it's, that it's going to get resolved. And it seems like there's a pretty good probability that it will, but I hate to see that the development goes in, you're all done, right? You're building houses and everybody is moving on, and these houses still have this issue.
Well, I think we only have Lee's is the problem, right? All of them may have regular standard water when it rains in a sump basket, right? It has those, those things were in for a long time. The drainage around it, built in that time wasn't to the standards that things are built currently. But I think everything we're gonna do should help to the back, and if anything, we're gonna have that drain tile. If their drain tile's got it right now, I think they just free flow out into the ditch, which doesn't move a lot. Worst case scenario, could connect to the drain tile that we have, going in the back for the new houses. That gives it a channel just to get away. I think the problem is that once it drains now, there isn't a lot of, I think the ditch in the county is filled up, they haven't done any maintenance, and where does that water go? Once
Yeah,
it gets...
that seemed to be, as I understood it, that report that was done as part of the EAW with our additional questions seemed to suggest that there's a possibility that water going into the ditch and it's just going right back down to where it was.
Yeah, it could be. So, I'm willing to have, solutions. I think I've been very open. I've talked to them. To the neighbors, I've not once said, hey, it's your problem, man. I'm not going to deal with it. I'm going to do the neighborly thing, but I can't make the guarantee that we dig the sewer pipe in and the water is going to go away. I don't know what the problem is. So it's already there. It isn't something, we've caused.
So did you say behind the houses to the west, there's going to be a swale in the back?
Yes.
And then is that normal to drain tile that swale?
Well, I think we're proposing to put a storm sewer in, which
okay.
all the time isn't necessary, maybe in all of them, but I think because of that area. But the drain tile is, I'd let Jason speak to that a little more, but.
It just seems a lot of these developments, they get swales put in the back.
Yeah.
And then they fill it with water because the drain tile didn't drain.
Well, because they didn't put enough drain on it.
Yeah.
So just one thing with developments, they are required within the entire development area to capture the water and then route it somewhere for treatment. So often the outside lots, if you will, along the boundary, they do need those swales in there to capture the water, such they're not shedding water onto the neighboring properties. And as Tom had mentioned, the sump connections, if you will, are required everywhere that there's not an existing pond or wetland that they can discharge to, and that is just for that exact reason that's being suggested here. Many of these sump pumps will discharge them and just come right back to the house. They're just recycling the same water over and over.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't even have a hose on it. They're literally putting it right down the side of the block, and it's just pumping in circles.
And I'd say the other thing is on the finish house. So out of this development, it's been a while since probably since Nature's Crossing that I've done any building in Dayton. And the requirements in the city now are a lot more, I don't know if you want to call it stricter or rigid, but they're all designed to eliminate that problem. So I did build 2 in Sundance Greens here this past year. And so before the sod can go down, they call it an as-built survey, right? And so everything is surveyed. Not only do our engineers provide that, then the city, Stantec, they're out and I don't know, what's your laser, like every 4 feet or something? So, I had 2 spots where, it was an inch fall and 8 feet, but it still fell like this, but it kind of went down. They caught it, right? We had it, you'd look at it by eye and go, it's draining, but there was just a little dip. So it's just not like somebody's going by on a truck. Hey, it looks good from the ditch. I will say that, it was actually more particular than I anticipated. I'm not saying it's bad, but that'll be the same thing that will happen when these homes get built. The other thing is on the ponds. Jason was talking about redundancy. We initially went and sized like a larger 36-inch pipe to think, what's the chances of plugging a 36? I think if you know, we don't have a problem changing the redundancy, but what that really means is then there's two 24s. You know, I think is where it goes. So we're just thinking to tackle it in a different format, and that's probably a difference of opinions of engineers, but I guess at the end of the day, right, city engineer is the one that makes the final decision.
Oh, between the ponds?
Yeah.
So there was
Yeah,
a
that's
question
just-
about 36 versus two 24s?
Not as much a question of size. We just were worried about blockages.
Yeah.
And we were addressing that by having a second pipe in case one was blocked. And what Tom is saying is their engineers just said, we're gonna oversize it so there's less chance of blockage. So
When you think of one
you're right,
block,
it's a
the
different
other
angle
one
point to the same problem. What's that?
I would just, I guess it wouldn't surprise me if one plugged, the other one would be
Well, kind
plugged
of depends, like if a critter is like, this looks like a fun place to make a house.
Or, yeah, a raccoon gets stuck in there, I guess.
And that's where I mean, look, that's where I look at the engineers, we hire them too, so I'm not gonna tell you that I'm the expert on it.
Yeah. Other questions?
So one of the things that I've kind of struggled with kind of the whole time, because I have two things that I think are very important. One is resident feedback, particularly residents who live nearby, and there's a lot of feedback about, it's a lot of homes, particularly the smaller lot sizes, that's not what Dayton, like, we're about larger lot sizes and that more rural feel. On the flip side, I do think, and Tom, I think you and I have talked about this, like affordable, like, we need to have more affordable starter homes. Like, if I looked right now, if I was graduating college right now and looking to buy a house, I couldn't. Like, there's just no choice. Like, I have no choices. And I have a lot of nieces and nephews in that position. And so smaller homes are inherently more affordable than larger homes. And so these two things, and we were just talking about that bill last week, right? I mean, there's a reason why the state is trying to take decision-making away from cities, is because they feel like cities are not taking leadership in ensuring that we have homes that are at that starter price point. On the flip side, they don't necessarily need to have tiny lots. Like, you don't have to build the house as big as humanly possible within the lot. You could make the lot larger and still build a smaller, more affordable home on a slightly larger lot. Particularly when, for these alley loads, like, they don't have a private backyard. That's your driveway. You don't have your front yard is inherently not private, and so your only option is your side yard, and it's pretty tiny, and like that's your only real option for any sort of privacy. So I'm personally struggling with that, right? Like, I like this idea of, and to people who, I got some comments about how smaller, more affordable homes would bring in people that they might want to not live by, and I'm like, well, my house is pretty much the size of the houses you're talking about building, and that's where I lived before I came here. So I'm like, so what you're saying is you don't want me to be your neighbor, is what you're saying to me, which is rude. Like, people not wanting giant houses don't make them inherently bad people. So I really like the fact that you had a variety of product type, right? Like, that you had smaller homes as an option, because not everyone wants to live in a McMansion. But yet, like I said, my job is to represent the citizens, and they had a lot of issues with that. So I'm just personally really conflicted on that one, because I have those two things that are kind of at odds. And I don't have a solid answer to that, but I still am going to stay strong in I appreciate that you have some smaller homes in this project, and that you're trying to get some more affordable options in this project, and that's really important to me, and I value that. The question then becomes, is it possible to up those lot sizes a little bit and still build a smaller home within those slightly larger lot sizes? And I don't know if that's a compromise that we can come to, but.
Well, I think I've been here quite a few times
Yes.
already, right? And so I'll give a couple reasons, because I do want to talk about the alley, or not the alley, a little bit back there, but on the roundabout. I mean, I would love to put a regular intersection in. I mean, I spent $500,000 in Rush Creek, tried to put a tunnel in, everything. The problem is, I mean, we can sit here and do a bunch, but the county, right, you kind of got to build it, a need, but I can't build bigger lots and put a roundabout in. So that was my deal. I see the other spots in the cities, I'm like, I want, willing to come in with more dollars. Secondly, the roads are expensive, right? You guys look at just resurfacing a road, put a whole new road in, So now, I mean, you can talk $30,000-$40,000 a lot just to put a larger lot in, to put that small house on it. It just starts taking out of affordability. And I just tried to give some different look. I mean, we could have put the quads in, you know, they're all set in a bigger lot, but I think it's just a variety and it looks more individualist. And I think it's a difference on, right, we'd all like to see a kid playing a ball, you know. I drove through the Parkway in Sundance today and I seen a couple kids throwing a ball in the back. I'm like, I drove through this thing a ton of times. I never see a kid. I thought, great, you know. But, I mean, I got a stepson who's 23 years old. He lives in a town and he doesn't want to mow lawn. He doesn't want to do anything. He wants to go home from work, sit in his house, watch TV and leave the next day. So I think there's a variety, right? The bigger lots, if you want that, then you buy one of those homes. And so I think I was just trying to get some variety. And I think the last would be, I mean, if you look at low density home, right? I think what the city has, it's, you know, 2 to 4 or four homes an acre or less. I'm at 3.1, so I'm not even to the max at you know what the city ordinance has. So I think that's a little bit where I was looking just some variety, and I'll tell you there's other spots in the city that I would never bring this in. I mean, I think you go around some of the lakes, some of the things that just make sense to have bigger lots, different. But the bottom line is, right now, there isn't the Parkway. Fernbrook Lane is the main road, right, through the city. You're gonna have the traffic, and I get it. There's some of the residents on Fernbrook, right? Right now, I live at my dad's. I grew up there, so I'm a Fernbrook resident, right? And one of the reasons I like a roundabout at 114th, I get it up in the top. I never approved. It wasn't my desirable turn lanes and everything there, but that's the county's decision.
Yeah.
But I think as I go down, I mean, you get up on top of, you know, the Parkway, by the time they get down past the restaurant, they're going.
You're 60 miles an hour again.
And you know, I have the same thing everybody's saying. They're trying to back out, right? Get in the road. It's tough. My family owns a business on Fernbrook, and then I own a business up the road, right? That I've been trying to make it a good business for the city and make improvements and things on it. And so, you know, I think everybody just wants to paint me as the big bad developer, and I do think I do put some more concern and stuff in being a resident, and I'm a business owner. You know, I'm not a guy from, you know, other part of the city coming in and don't care about the city, you know. And so I get it. If it moves to the south, maybe it's got to go into even some of the commercial area. I don't know, you know. But the county's going to have that full say, and I think just where you see them going, I could put turn lanes in. County's going to come back and say we own a roundabout anyhow, you know. So,
have you looked at acquiring right away yet?
So I have not.
Okay.
I have not. I mean, a little bit.
And
yep. And I think if it doesn't go, I mean, like they did in the up on Rush Creek Parkway, we just had to bring it all west, right? So I own all that property to the west. For some reason, when you get in a roundabout, it's slowing down. There, it was going fast, but if you notice, you know, when you drive, you know, you can really notice it when you're driving south. You know, all those turn lanes, everything shifts over to the west. We gave additional right-of-way to the west because the Park District wouldn't give up an inch of their road. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things back on, you know, talking about, do you put the right-of-way or the roundabout up on Rush Creek, you know, that isn't an existing, right, intersection. There already are a lot of homes. Not only do the city collect taxes, but the county gets taxes on those. Where here, there's a new roundabout, right? And also maybe you got a little pull of however funding is, because that serves the nature center, right? There's nothing served. There's no public or no Park District building or anything east of Fernbrook at 114th. I don't know. I mean, that's you got, you know, on grants, but to me, you know, and I see a little bit, I'll be honest, one of the residents mentioned, and I don't know how exactly it works, so maybe, I'll be honest, I'm opening up a can of worms for myself, but before that roundabout goes in, at least the traffic on Rush Creek could, everything entering maybe has to enter up there, come in, so truck isn't stopped on Fernbrook trying to take a left, say you're going north, right? And you got to take a left and wait for traffic. Maybe it's up at the top at the turn lane. I don't know. And then you take that first right and come in, and everything goes out as a right. Maybe it's just, hopefully the development going in and the county will do something and we can, get to the solution sooner than later.
So what does happen if we start down this road and find out that there's a problem with roundabout on 14th? I mean, what happens at the final plat?
Well, we would solve it at the time of the final plat, or we only plat a portion of it. So I think, Tom, you're proposing to develop west to east?
Yeah, I propose on the west, right? I don't even see us down even the backyards of the alley. Maybe grading, but we're not going to be down putting any pipe in. I think what we're proposing is just to maybe put storm pipe in sooner, just to relieve the neighbors, but there's no homes going in there, no streets going in there.
So you're starting on the west side?
Starting on the
and
west,
working over.
yeah.
What about-
then the other is, that's kind of the reason where I said, we talked about the commercial outlot, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, let's just wait to the roundabout, because maybe what we planned for a building on the corner isn't gonna work, because there's gonna be roundabout right
They
away.
might take some of that
Yeah.
for a roundabout.
Yep, and if the road pulls south, there's really, like, if you came into this, let's just say the whole roundabout comes south. I'm not gonna put any houses in here anyhow, right? This is probably gonna be a berm. I mean, if it was an alley, I'd project it to go up straight anyhow, because you do more berming. We're gonna have berming in landscape, but we might as well just make that larger, because I don't see any use to it,
What about construction traffic on 113th? So until, how far is the Lee development to the point where people can get north to 117th yet?
Yep.
They can? Okay.
Yep. By the park, so the west-hand side
Right.
of the Lee, Brayburn Trails East is developed and fully constructed. You will see Brayburn Trails 3rd edition coming in here shortly, and that will then finish up the further east side.
And how do so they're not gonna want construction traffic through their development, nobody wants construction traffic, so.
And not to interrupt, but I still got Sundance traffic, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
somewhere, I think it's just, hopefully we can get the county to react on it the quickest and get it fixed, right? But if you don't put anything in, they're not gonna do anything, so.
Yeah, they wait until,
It's backwards, right? But I
And
can't fix
get
that
it.
one.
Yeah, Kevin's answer is always, well, you gotta build the houses first, and then we'll effectively fix the disaster.
You gotta have Rush Creek, that intersection, and then say, well, gee, that doesn't work very well, we gotta do something, rather than anticipating.
Anybody have any other questions, or?
Not questions for me. Overall, I like the development. I think I've said that all along. I appreciate that you did increase the lot sizes based on previous discussions. Not for this drawing, but earlier edition of it. I like those style of homes because I think that they look good. They look better than townhouses. They give people a little more sense of owning things and of a house. And like you said, not everybody wants a big yard. I grew up on a 40-foot lot, and it worked just fine. Of course, we played ball in the street, and nobody got ran over, but that was a different time. Right? But it was, I think overall, I like there's a curb appeal to those that appeals to me. And I think having a variety in this development is appreciated even if it's not on the big lots. I mean, our holy grail is to try to find, a path to 2+ acre lots in Dayton, and we're not going to get it here. And if any of that legislation passes in all of our say on any of this, then you're going to build 8 lots per acre, and we've got nothing to say about it. So I think in that context, this meets what we can do, and I think it'll be a good looking development. I think it fits the rest of the new neighborhood. We're not doing any favors for the existing homes, and we've heard that loud and clear, and I think we're trying to do what we can to preserve their dignity. I think, the ideal plan for people would be to, that you'd keep it a cornfield, and that's not the reality here. But overall, I like the development. I like the way that this park is coming together, even if it's too expensive, Scott, in some places. I think it's going to be a good development, and I appreciate the extra effort that you've shown in this. I don't think this is new for you, that you're doing more than what we require. We don't get this out of some of the other developers, and we should. But as you said, your family's got a ton of history here, and will continue to have. This is not our last visit with you. Well, maybe, the next election we all get thrown out, but
Well, we're here for 4 years, Stephanie.
That's right.
We'll be here.
You might be on the chopping block.
Yeah.
And I think, the other
Fair
thing
enough. If we're not doing what people want us to, they should throw us out. But that's, but to my eyes, I think this works.
And I think we have, everything's going to be LP. I mean, it just sits straighter on the wall. It's more, color varieties. That's, although as we're talking affordability and smaller, the one thing that is, it's probably 10 grand for a minimum on each house. But I do think at the city, at the longer preservation, looks
If we
better.
didn't have that ordinance, would you still do LP on these things?
Yeah, because you only have it on the front.
Yep.
I'm requiring it on all 3 sides, or 4
Okay,
sides,
only has
3
10 grand?
additional. So, no vinyl, there's no vinyl period on any of the sides.
I don't mind.
3 additional sides.
I may get chastised for this, but I don't mind vinyl.
I'm all vinyl. My entire house is vinyl. I have a small, cheap house because I'm a small, cheap
only
person.
because of that cost.
I build houses with vinyl. I'm not criticizing, but you just get a wider variety of colors. And so once, we're putting more houses, more density, it just gives
So you
more
are doing
variety.
a full wrap on the LP, and it only adds 10K to the house?
The smaller ones, the larger ones, probably 15.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious. Okay.
Yeah.
So some of the other feedback from parks was about the gazebos, and that's okay, no issue there.
No issue.
And then the other thing though is about more parking for that park area. There was a comment about as that park expands, that those parking spots are not going to be sufficient.
Yep.
Can I just ask more on that?
It's more, I'm going to say it's programming. If you have a ball field that's going to be used back to back, you need more parking than just, say, parents for 2 teams.
Okay. And then is our thought then, when that next spot over develops, then we could maybe address the parking at that point in time?
It might be possible to just extend the parking lot north.
Okay.
And then shove the field over to the east a little bit.
And that's part of the golf course, right?
Okay.
We just, we're doing golf course improvements this year. So I would say next year I would be in here, or, maybe by fall for next year to do the last phases. We're changing holes and stuff around, a lot on our existing north side right now. We had to change the fairway because balls hit into the houses, right? So we're realigning that and doing some other upgrades to it. And then also, I think at that point, if you not only connect the parking lot, it's the whole power line, right? You can park under that area too.
Okay.
So,
Okay. That was a question that came up, so I wanted to ask about that.
and we do have the main trail, our corridor that will connect to Sundance Greens and eventually go down to the Rush Creek and to the park.
Anything else?
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Tom, I was going to ask, I know we've been all over the place with widths of lots. I probably already know the answer. Any thought process on fire sprinklers on some of these houses that are on top of each other? I probably already know the answer, but.
I'm gonna be strong no. Okay, and they're 7.5 feet apart, you know, we asked for narrow and we made the city change, but, I mean, there is an affordability thing.
Yep, I understand.
You know, and I think probably from being in my position as a builder and you
Yep.
have
Two
great
different sides.
differences. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody have any more questions for Tom?
No more questions. I'm just personally not in favor of the.
Thank you.
The design is beautiful and
So,
I just don't like it.
anybody, go ahead.
I just have a couple questions.
That's fine.
This right here, is this going to be a road
Can-
behind the 6 houses?
No.
Trail.
So it is, if you could repeat, please, Marcia.
Okay, I'm looking right here, is this going to be a road behind the 6 houses, like a single lane road?
It's a trail.
It's a trail.
Yes.
It's gonna be a road?
Walking
Trail.
A walking trail.
Oh, a walking trail.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, something nobody answered, the roundabout is gonna have 4 medians, correct?
Yes.
So this property here, the Bruns's property, their house is right here. You can see a little bit of their garage there. Are they going to be able to access their driveway with the roundabout? They're on 114th here.
They don't come out onto Fernbrook.
Yeah, their driveway is there. Are they gonna be able to access their driveway?
Mayor and council, we would ensure that they're able to get in.
Yeah, well, they'll have the same issues. Okay.
And again, this is a basic design of the roundabout. The median on eastbound 114th is very, very small in comparison to what it is on the other 3 lanes.
The west side is much longer, the east side is not very long at all. Again, just
Just
general
because of the
design.
speeds and,
Yes.
yeah.
General
I get
design,
that.
yeah.
Also, their driveway is right there.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
They're fine.
Name and address.
Keith Grover, 113th and Fernbrook. You were just talking about the medians. You're saying that the medians would be longer on Fernbrook than they would be on 114th?
Eastbound 114th would be small, so it would be.
Yeah, westbound on 114th would probably likely be a lot longer, so we can
Yeah.
inhibit taking left turns into that commercial area long term if that's what we were able to do.
Okay.
Just to block off any left-hand turns.
You keep saying commercial area, you shouldn't be swearing at us.
I was gonna say, outlot.
Outlot
It's an
area.
outlot, right?
I
We all
apologize.
know what's going on here, but there's a couple of things that bother me. Number one, I'm not in favor of the smaller lots. And I hear you guys are, and you think it looks beautiful. I think it's ugly. But, well, not you. All right, that's fine. But we have a difference of opinion on what we want the city to look like. When I was a kid, I lived on a 40-foot wide lot too, but I don't live on one now, and you couldn't pay me enough money to live on a 40-foot wide lot. That's why my house is on a 150-foot wide lot that they'd probably put 3 houses on now, with what they're doing there. I think that's ridiculous. But back to what we're talking about here, a couple of things. The traffic issue. I realize Hennepin County is a real roadblock here to us figuring out how to make this all work. But 113th Avenue is not a road you want all that construction traffic on. I've been watching this, for a couple of years now, while they're building out on the south side of 113th. They have Rush Creek Parkway now that they can get in and out of. But there's a lot of that truck traffic that turns in front of my house. And it's almost on a constant basis. Now that I'm old and I'm retired, I can have nothing to do but watch the traffic in front of my house, right? It's a boring life. But it's dangerous out there with all of these trucks going in and out of there. Some of them are delivery trucks for the Manor, and some of them used to go into the Manor parking lot. None of them do that anymore. It seems like they're always going in and out on 113th, and the ones that deliver product back to the golf course. Same thing. They're a small portion of the truck traffic going in and out of there. Most of it is construction. A truck will come in with a whole house on it. Hour after hour after hour. Whether it's the plumbing and heating truck, whether it's the excavator trucks. All those trucks are trying to turn in front of my house. I am scared somebody's going to get killed in my driveway. I hope it's not me or my wife or anybody else that I know, but that is just dangerous beyond belief. There are no turn lanes there. You have horrible visibility to the south because they have the dip that goes down south of the manor on 121. When you're sitting in my driveway in a car, you can't see vehicles coming from that direction. And when you're on the road, it's almost as bad. That's a horrible situation. I don't hear anything addressing that prior to the problem. I hear, well, we'll build this out and we'll hope that the county will let us fix it in the future. That's not good enough for me. That's not good enough. I mean, you need to figure out a way to route that traffic for that area, you know, where they're going to put these 260-some houses or whatever it is on. Figure out how to get the construction equipment in and out of there without going on that single lane, 113th, with no turn lanes. Trucks take the whole highway coming out of 113th. They take the whole highway going into 113th. Geez, I watched the problems that Bob and Brad have just trying to get out of there with their grain trucks from the existing farm. It's a dangerous intersection. I don't hear anything addressing that. That road to connect to 114th, that road should be the first thing on the agenda, not building 150 homes on the other side of the property and hoping something gets fixed on this end, going in and out on 113th and hoping nobody gets killed on 113th. That road needs to get fixed. You need to figure out where that roundabout is going to go. You need to figure out whether the county's going to help pay for it. And there's enough room in that 10-acre chunk that he wants to make commercial. I still see that gas station every time I look across the road with all the bright lights shining at me and the noise and pollution and all that.
Marcia doesn't want that.
Move that whole thing far enough to the south so it's not affecting the people that live on Fernbrook Lane to get in and out of their driveways with the median. It's down past where the medians, end, and put it in that area where you got a nice big square there where the gas station is on all the maps, right? Put it right there. Move it away from all the houses to get that done. I think that would be a huge step in the right direction to get people in and out of there, to get the truck traffic in and out of there without somebody getting hurt at that intersection on 113th. It's just not made for that. The other thing that's an issue for me is the stormwater pond that's directly across from my house. That holding pond, I'm not sure, I know that the water from any commercial that could potentially be in there is going to run into that holding pond. If not, why would you have a holding pond there? I mean, if the whole area is going to be storm sewered, why do we need a holding pond? Run it into the storm sewer and get it the heck out of there and to wherever it needs to go. And like we say, get it treated. Nothing's going into that holding pond getting treated. I know that. But it's right across the street from my house, and that holding pond, the elevation of that field across the street from my house is probably 5 or 6 feet above in elevation from my basement. Lee has problems now with water. It's clay in that area. It's horrible when you get a ton of water. My sump pumps are running right now. They've been running since before the snow started melting. Every few minutes the pump comes on. I have one in each end of the house to keep up with the water. If they put a holding pond across from me, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to keep up with that. Is that pond an impervious pond where the water can't go into the ground? What's the purpose of the pond? I honestly don't understand that. Is it to hold the water till it gets high enough and then it runs off over the surface into the natural drain, which is north of my house under 121? I guess I'm confused. I watch what happened to the holding ponds coming off from the other addition there. There's 2 of them there behind the manor and behind Tom's dad's place. 2 big ponds. But those things run water almost all the time. When we were in a drought, for crying out loud, when we had to have rain for months, those ponds were still running water underneath 121. Where it was coming from, I have no idea. But I fear that the one across from my house is going to put more groundwater into that layer that you were talking about where the water comes through, because I'm sure water goes down into the ground across the street from me in Bob and Brad's field and comes our way. It migrates that way. Heck, it's downhill, stuff runs downhill. That's gotta be where it comes from. I don't get all that rain in my yard, it's not that big of a yard. How do we make sure that the water that's in that holding pond doesn't permeate through the ground and come across and cause me as much of a problem with water runoff as what Lee is experiencing currently up in his house? I'm not sure what the answers to those are. I look at what you did before and what you approved before and what that groundwater did, and it's not supposed to have any more water coming off the property than what it did before, but that's not the case. That water is running off from those 2 holding ponds that you currently have there almost all the time. And I'm scared that the one across the street from my house is going to do the same thing, and it's going to cause me flooding in my yard because my house is between where the pond is and where the water needs to go. The little creek that runs across under the road, it's culverted under the road about 200 feet north of me, under Fernbrook, goes around behind my house and into the creek and then off back into Powers Lake and on into Hayden Lake and into Elm Creek and into the river. That's the direction it goes. I think you need to take all those things into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was really hoping we could get through tonight without the word gas station.
Come on up, kid.
Kathy Powers. I'm at 11461 Fernbrook Lane. I'm one of the 6 homes that everybody keeps talking about. And I'm really kind of perplexed about this roundabout at 114th. And, you know, the more we talk about this, the more I kind of get a pit in my stomach. Like, really, why should there be a roundabout there and not on 117th? And you push this county to put one on Rush Creek. I mean, they are far enough apart where it would slow the traffic down. Or put a stop sign. That would slow the traffic down. But I just, the more I and then I listen about this 114th and about the 2 end houses. Now, why am I worried about the 2 end houses? Because they're my neighbors. And how they're going to get in and out of there without significant trouble. If you guys lived there, you would have a heart attack. And I know you would have a heart attack because you didn't like the trails by your house. So if any one of you lived on Fernbrook Lane on those 6 homes, or even where Marcia and Keith live, you would have a problem with how this is being developed. I just don't understand. I think we need to step back and look at, put a stake in the ground and really prioritize what we're trying to do here. Try to slow the traffic down. I don't deny Dean to do any of the building. I've resigned the fact that I'm going to have homes behind my house, and I'm okay with that. But the main concern that I have is this road traffic and all the people that live on Fernbrook Lane in this small area that really isn't being addressed by anyone. I know you sit up there and yeah, but just put yourself in one of those homes. And I think Marcia has made a lot of good comments about it and has facts about, you know, the gas stations and all that. And I just think we need to think about it a little bit more instead of, you know, just rushing to the fact of pushing this roundabout. I mean, I like a roundabout if it's going to slow the traffic down, but I'm concerned really what it's going to do. And maybe push it towards the south, and maybe that'll be a better solution. And I know that Tom, you and I have talked about that pushing it more towards the south would be a better solution than just having it right where it is now. So I won't complain anymore. I've said my piece.
Thank you.
Very much.
All right, anybody else? Lee?
Well, you know, I'm not here for show. Are you collecting these? Sure. Nobody cares at this point. Hi there.
I'm Lee Hallquist. I live at 11471 Fernbrook Lane. I'm the northernmost house in that row of 6 and the one most affected by water right now. First point, just to make you aware, I don't know a lot about holding ponds, but the holding pond that if you cross over Rush Creek and come back up that hill southbound on Fernbrook, they have a sump pump in that holding pond. Why is that? And the sump pump runs down to the drain in the ditch and it pumps water into the ditch and then ultimately into the creek. It seems to defeat the whole purpose of a holding pond, but that's Maple Grove, so we don't have to worry about that one. Anyway, just want to get that out. Rush Creek traffic, that intersection, that should have been a roundabout. People treat it like a roundabout now. Dennis, I talked to you about it last month, and people just don't even stop. They just slow down and turn right. And I've had a couple times that I've had hit the binders because people are pulling out in front of me. I think the speed limit's too high on that road for what it is now anyway, so. My sump pump is cycling every 90 seconds. So every minute and a half, I'm emptying it out. I pump my water all the way down into Kathy's culvert. So they have 4 to 5 inches of water from the 2 houses down just south of me, and it doesn't drain very well. The county's not draining the water. Water drainage is a huge issue to me, obviously. I've done everything I can to keep my basement dry, and so far it works, but it's not cheap either. And my sump pump's running a whole electric bill on its own now. Whoever thought of just putting an alleyway in the back that we could just put cars out and turn our driveways around doesn't think about what it costs to do that, but the back end of my property line is about 5 feet higher than my garage floor. So that's not just, that's moving a lot of dirt. What else? Noise from the construction equipment. 70 hours a week, guys, you're going to have construction equipment 75 feet off of my back door, and I think that's wrong. I'm all for reasonable work, but weekends I like to use my backyard. I don't want to be watching some guy in a D9 Cat or something just out there moving dirt. It's just not reasonable, and it's not fair, and you wouldn't allow it in your house. I can see that now. If you look at the new homes that are going in this Brayburn Hills project, they're about 4 feet higher than the existing ground level, so they know there's a drainage problem out there. If you can drive down Fernbrook and look out, and they're raising the ground to put these houses on. So, my big fear is that my sump pump, once they start digging in this row behind me, is just going to get overwhelmed. Like I say, I'm pumping every 90 seconds now, and all this excessive pumping started with this newest Brayburn Hills, is that what it is? Brayburn Hills development.
Trails.
That's when it started pumping. I've always had pumping in the spring. I've got a drain tile system to kick your butt. I mean, it works great. And, I'm afraid it's just going to get overwhelmed. You're going to hit something else. I mean, it's like mining for water here. And I think that letter you sent me on the boring sample was done before they started that second part of the project. But I don't remember, and it's not dated, so.
I was able to get the date. Jason,
Okay.
remember what the date was off the top of hand? I know you grabbed it for me. I know there was a date. I was going to get that to you. And
Okay.
I failed to. Apologize.
Okay.
I think it was November.
November of this past year?
So. And I still have construction garbage blowing through the yard from this western part of the project, and it's, I understand it's construction, but these guys they're big grown-ups, they should be able to pick up behind themselves. It blows across Fernbrook, there's a bunch of it sitting across Fernbrook from my house now. I frequently see Elm Creek Park has people out pulling, county people out picking up garbage out of that. And we'll come back to that. Let's talk about this assessment thing. I mean, this is going to cost all of us like $21,000 a piece, plus buying this $5,000 water shutoff valve. I think that's what you told me.
Yeah, I can't remember what the number was.
Okay,
But
so you're going to hit these 6 houses about $150,000. You guys are going to make over $5 million in the same fees for all these houses going in there. I think you should be able to waive that fee for us without batting an eye. It's not a big deal to you in that kind of money. It's more than $20,000. So, and I don't think that's unreasonable.
What fee is that?
The assessment, the permit that I have to hook water to my house before you put water to my house.
Trunk fees.
If you hook up.
No, you're going to assess me that whether I hook up or not.
That's only if there's So we had talked, and
Right.
I think this was brought up a while ago.
It was.
City staff agreed to a 0% interest rate for a dollar amount to have the ability to go
Oh, to
behind
run
the
the
house.
lines up?
Run
To run the lines?
up behind the house.
Yeah, but
so
not
that they have
onto my
available
property.
access points for water and sewer
Right.
if and when their well or septic fails, because some of these individual homes are on their second well site or on their second septic site.
Yeah.
They don't have a backup for another well.
Right.
And so the idea, and that's why the question I asked earlier in the meeting was, do you want the water and sewer in the alley or the trail to be required by the developer? Because currently that is not being required by the developer.
Well, and
That's
no, I
hence why
think
the question
we've
earlier
talked
was.
about it. Tom has been really cooperative. I mean, I'm really impressed with it. He's not my enemy, and Dean's have been great neighbors. They're my kind of neighbors. They don't bother me, I don't bother them. But anyway, I think that's something the city could pick up. I mean, you guys are forcing this on us. It's not like we all of a sudden decided to, if I was the first guy to buy into this new construction, I know there's going to be construction around me until this project's finished, but I live here already, and these houses are just going to be built, and that's not reasonable to me, that I have to pay for it and endure 70 hours a week of construction noise and everything else, We are literally getting screwed by the city in this. And I understand Tom's developer, and he's doing a great job for us. I'm not kicking about that, I hope, too much. John, at the planning meeting in March, said that this is going to add about 10,000 car trips a day when this project is done.
With the commercial.
Pardon?
If there's a
Okay.
commercial, yeah.
But 10,000 car trips a day is going to triple the traffic on Fernbrook, more than triple it. It's just an insane amount of traffic, and the reality is, I don't feel like you guys have done a whole lot of infrastructure planning. You want to get to the development part, get people paying money, taxes and all that, but you got to build some roads and some drainage. Drainage particularly is a big thing. Well, let's see. Yeah, my personal feeling is Tom could afford to put in the sewer too, but we've talked about that, so I think that's most of what I got. My big concern is drainage. You guys aren't doing anything about the drainage. In fact, you haven't solved any of the problems that people have brought up to you. You haven't solved anything with the infrastructure. That's the reality of it. Nothing is any different than it was 2 years ago. It's kind of like when you had 6 meetings about what we're going to do with 121, and at the end of the last meeting, we decided, that's a county road, it's not my problem. So do something, for crying out loud. I'm just trying to get that. I mean, Councilman Fashant, is that how he said it? Okay. Very passionate when they're talking about putting a trail through his neighborhood, and it wasn't even going to cost him any money.
Because you're the second person to say that. My objection is not the trail. They're bulldozing all the houses.
Well, but you were saying the neighbors
neighbors
should have some say in it. That you did say exactly that. The neighbors should have some say in it.
Absolutely, yes.
That's what we're saying too. The neighbors here should have some say in this. Anyway, if I say any more, I think I've covered most of what I want to cover. And like I say, every 90 seconds I'm pumping water into the ditch, and I move it all the way out to the ditch. So, in fact, I move it into Kathy's ditch. So.
I think Tom did mention this.
Yeah.
If the construction thing doesn't fix the water, he's willing to do some drain tiling.
But even if he does drain tiling, I'm going to wind up having to run my pump every 90 seconds or whatever to pump water to his drain tile, right?
Tap into the storm drain.
So.
I would think.
Yep, that's the pipe that goes in the back. Now, what's going on under the base? Like
Right,
I said, I'm
we
not
don't know.
an expert, but I do think we're providing options to make it better.
No, and I
You're certainly
appreciate
not
that,
gonna
Tom.
build a storm drain because you've got water going in your basement.
I got water that would be going in my basement if I wasn't cycling every 90 seconds.
I understand that. But I don't think the construction created the problem.
I do, especially if he says it's perched water. Something's filling that perch up, because I would think within a couple of days I could drain out a perched area as much as I'm pumping. So something is refilling. If there's a perch, a pond, an underground stream, something is refilling it.
Or if there's a well leaking or
My wells don't.
I'm not saying yours.
Yeah. My pump's not running, so I know my well's not leaking. My septic tank was checked last September. It's nice and tight. They sent you a card telling you it's still waterproof.
Something's going on, but
yeah,
but we don't know what that something is.
Right. But I don't want to have to be paying for it. Somebody else's. Like I say, this started mostly with the latest building project over in Brayburn Hills, and something has changed. And I feel like I'm sitting on deaf ears. Like, you guys just don't Yeah, it's not my problem.
Well, did that development create a field tile that got tilled up? I don't know.
I don't know either, but I shouldn't have to be pumping water out because of it. I mean,
Don't have that answer.
the developer should be taking care of that then, right? Well, but the developer's working on a permit that you guys have approved, so anyway, I don't get arguing or anything else, I just want you to know where I stand on it. I do expect that you guys are gonna fix that water problem. So, yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Come on.
So, I think just the only thing I'd say, and Adley and I, fine, I'll do what I can to help them, and hopefully it solves the problem. I think more I just want to address the pond, along Fernbrook. I mean, those, we just don't dig them, right? They're all engineered, and put in, and for a reason they go everywhere, right? To control that, but so yeah, I just clear, we're just not digging a hole to dig a hole. So, but it's our friends into it. That's it.
Thank you. Any other?
I've been thinking a lot about the various roundabouts / intersections, and one of the things we're proposing a building moratorium by the cubes, that area, right? But that's on 117th, right? And we've heard from those neighbors that they've had issues with the traffic on 117th. So if I'm zooming out and looking at the city from a slightly more zoomed out position, to me the roundabouts need to be on 117th and the Rush Creek. That's where those roundabouts need to be, because those are just the bigger roads for the whole city. So I do agree that that's really where those roundabouts need to be, and that the other intersections need to be addressed, but not necessarily, I don't think a roundabout is the answer. I think turn lanes, to the point of getting the traffic, or giving people who are turning a place to wait safely. As far as I don't know what to do about the water, because surface water is easy, well, not easy, but you can see surface water. You can see it's coming from point A and it's going to point B. Groundwater, you can't see where point A is in the first place. Or where point B is. And I don't think it's that we don't care, it's that we don't know what to do. I don't know, short of a time machine to go back and say no development here, I don't know what to do to fix it. And I think the hope is that maybe actually some of the work that will happen whether it's purposeful or accidental, will address some of those issues. But at least from my point of view, I'm not doing nothing because I don't care. I don't have an answer. I do have a question about this, though. To your point about the construction hours, is there a way to limit construction to Monday through Friday, and so that there isn't construction happening on the weekends?
As part of the development.
I think we'd have to do it as part of the development agreement if you wanted to do that. I think that is possible. I don't know how much pushback you're going to receive from that, but it's possible.
Could we change our city ordinance, though? So, it's not just this development, but, period. Construction work happens Monday through Friday.
Well, not realistically. So if you're doing work on your own house, you cannot do it on the weekends.
These are my questions.
Yeah.
Where this comes. I think that could lead up to a bigger question. Not saying that that's wrong or the thought process isn't right. I just think it could lead to more questions, and I think the city staff would like to look at. If that's something that you're proposing, I think we'd just like to look at other options of what that will cause problems with if you can't do any construction work on Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah. I know when that development went in next to me, it wasn't so much, the hammering. It was really the cats, the grading, and that is god awful loud. I don't know. I don't know that. I know we dealt with that with the cubes. I don't remember what.
We allowed them extended hours.
Well,
that's different though. That's in an industrial area.
You have houses just across the street from that too. So it wasn't like it's no different than really here. I mean, you've homes across the street or right next to it.
The bottom line is if there's something going on, you can't stop it.
You can, in the development agreement, you can limit hours if
Yeah,
you're looking
no,
for
I
a
mean,
grander
it's
schedule.
7 to 7, I think.
It is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yeah.
So it's also Monday through Saturday.
Yeah.
And
No,
so-
Saturday is 9 to...
9 to 6.
8 till 4. 8 till 4 on Saturday.
So, yeah, I was just gonna say, you got to it, but it is reduced on Saturdays.
Yes.
You know, and I know neighbors do follow up, because, you know, here's the worst thing about grading, right? It's seasonal, right?
Yeah.
We're in Minnesota, we
You gotta get
can't
it
do
done.
that. And if it rains all week, you know, so,
I get
so
that,
there
it's just-
is some of that, but I do know the, you know, the neighbors, and even a couple times it's been raining when we've worked in Sundance, right? The Simon, I don't think we've ever got extended hours, right? By 4 o'clock on a Saturday, they're shutting down. And guys have tried starting early when the equipment's cold, you know, and we've had, you know, at 6:30 to warm up to go to 7, it's like, no, it does, you know, so.
Yeah, actually, for me, it wasn't the problem running late. It was at 7 in the morning, you hear the machines.
Yeah, but they do accept those guys, I don't know how those grading guys do it, because they sit in that equipment 12 hours a day when it's good weather.
I
But
get
anyhow.
that. You gotta get, well, the getting's good, but
But I just wanted to say, it is reduced on Saturday and no Sunday work.
Yeah, no Sunday.
it does almost seem like we need an extra, I don't know if it's a discussion session or something wrapped around this roundabout, I think. I'm a little bit worried that we'll come to the final and we get this answer that we're not too happy with, and
I mean, I think the city staff isn't going to bring back a final plat unless the council's ready for it, so, I mean, that's the idea. The idea is to get the preliminary plat put in place so we have an idea of what we're planning for, so we can
Yeah.
have those further conversations about what that roundabout looks like, whether that's at 117th,
so if you run into
114th, or
enough
Rush Creek.
roadblocks, you'll,
We're gonna have to. I mean, we're not gonna bring back something that final plat's not ready to go for. I mean, that's not gonna be a wise decision either, so.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I hate to belabor the 113th thing, but it is right in my front door, right? The, Sarah, to what you were talking about, Rush Creek Parkway, with all the improvements that Tom made down there, you know, with all the turn lanes and stuff, did make that intersection safer, but it's still scarier than heck.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
Okay, we all know that, right?
Yeah.
It's because of the way people drive. 113th, you can't do that there. I mean, it's 5 lanes wide down at Rush Creek Parkway. 5 lanes wide. Picture 5 lanes wide. I'd be standing on my front steps, and I could high-five you when you drive by my house. 5 lanes wide would put it almost to the old front door at the manor. There just isn't physically room there to do that kind of a safety improvement on that interchange. So you just got to keep that in mind.
Oh, yeah.
You physically cannot do that. And there's 4 houses right directly across. We keep talking about, you know, Lee and Kathy and up the street. But at 113th, there's 4 houses all along there. And for whatever reasons, when those houses were built back in the 50s and 60s, they built them close to the road.
I guess I was.
Our wells,
Yep.
at least my house and the house to the south of me are in our front yard. If you did that lane switch that they did down at Rush Creek Parkway, that takes 2 of the 4 wells out. There just isn't room to put that in there. You're talking about buying all 4 of those homes in order to make the improvements that Tom made at Rush Creek Parkway. Just food for thought. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I guess that would also be interesting, or a discussion item is how we're gonna deal with the traffic on 113th.
Just all of Fernbrook?
Well, no, at least for this thing on 113th, what we can do to make that safer, because I agree, it's not gonna be pretty with, go ahead.
Just to share, this might help. We're in process of putting a proposal together for a corridor study of this segment of Fernbrook, just to look at these, that we are looking at the right kinds of connections at the right locations, primarily at these 3 intersections, Rush Creek
Okay.
Parkway, 114th, 117th. We've been reaching out to the county as well to try to get a partnership with them to go forward with a funding request, hopefully at a state level or higher even on that. So we will be coming back to you with that. That hopefully will help. That study will help clarify, some of this and give some direction on what the best solution might be.
Do you have a timeline for that?
In 4 days, it'll be a month since I've been waiting for a response from the county. So we would like to talk with them on it and make sure they're in agreement, because we want to make sure things are covered on their end too, being they're in jurisdiction. So hopefully soon is the best I can do if I can get a response from them and move forward on it.
A month or two.
And that's with people at the county that can make those decisions?
It should be high enough, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's 3 from the top.
So
I think we're
that'll
close enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions, concerns? Okay. I will welcome a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I still have questions for the council.
Oh, go ahead. I suppose, we still have.
I'm going to get to them. Okay, so questions of should there be an alley
No.
rather than a
No.
trail?
No.
No alley. Okay. Should water and sewer be extended along the trail behind the 6 homes?
Who's paying for it?
That'd be the developer.
Yes.
If you make it required, it's the developer.
Yes.
Yes.
I would say yes, but for me, it's gonna be immaterial. I'm not in favor of the development.
Yeah, those are my questions.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Staff's ready to go. The floor is yours, Mayor.
Oh, that's the only one you.
Yep, it
Okay.
was easy.
Okay. Any motion?
I guess I would make a motion to approve, but and I don't know quite how to say this, but the biggest contingency for me is that the roundabout at 114th gets solved with the county, and that's why we are in this weird position where we don't hold all the cards, but I think that has to work out in a way that affects the fewest people, if any, for this whole thing to fly. And so I don't know if I can make a motion that's somehow contingent on that, or that gets solved before maybe that's the way to say it. I would make a motion to approve contingent on that the roundabout gets resolved before a final plat comes back to us.
You could do that
Yeah.
one. That one you could do.
Okay.
Could I make a friendly amendment that it's the three intersections are like 117th, 114th, and Rush Creek, or at least we have a plan? Not necessarily we haven't, it's not done, but we have a plan for all 3 of them? Or is it just the 114th, 113th thing?
I think as it relates to this one, it's 114th, but I think what Jason said, I think we have to be committed to solving this whole stretch.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
And I certainly am supportive of the study and so on, but
Yeah, and I'm not so much, to me, if the DA comes back saying that, there's an agreement to just put in stop signs at 114th and a roundabout at 117th, I'd be okay with that too. That somehow that there's some solution to some control of traffic. Again, I prefer Rush Creek, but go ahead.
I just want to be clear. I'm not pro roundabout, right? It can be turn lanes, fine. I don't care, and if it slides over and leaving the commercial piece. But I do know from when we did the Sundance Greens. They're gonna want 113th and 114th as one.
Yeah.
You know, they were
Yes.
very
Yeah.
clear about that.
Yeah.
And so I'm asking whether we route traffic, but if we're, you know, if we're gonna lock that, it has to figure out if there's gonna be a roundabout finish before I plat something further to the west. You know, I guess that seems to be pretty limiting, and whether there's other ways to route traffic, 117th, you know, Rush Creek, I see that as alternative, hopefully by the time, you know, but I think somewhere, a little bit of it's just out on the county's time frame. But I think the biggest thing is they got somebody coming in willing to pay, right? It's not the other intersections where you're, you know, you're asking for funding. But it's a little, if I can't put houses in, then I have nothing to pay.
There's no
Yeah,
revenue.
Right, yeah, so
No, and I
then
don't-
we're just at where we're at today.
Yeah, and that's not what I was trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that there's a solution for it, not that it's built.
Yeah, and I'm willing to work on that. I don't, you know, I just see it, that seems to be roundabouts everywhere. We just threw it in, right? So, but.
An answer.
Yes.
Some answer. That makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
By DA time. Yep.
Final plat, yeah.
Final, yep. Okay, where are we? So,
Got a motion?
yep, we got a motion. Need a second.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion?
Are you a no because of the lot sizes?
Again, that and 70% of the homes are over 62 feet, or under 62. I understand we're doing all of this for the roundabout, I get that. I am just not in favor of the entire development is 7.5 feet apart. We have certainly, I understand Gary's fire question, and I'm surprised he didn't bring that up 2 years ago. Or a year and a half, anyway. I'm just not there. I don't want to, and I'll say it, I don't want to build Minneapolis or Brooklyn Park. I'm just not there.
That's fair.
If one of these burns, they're all burning. But
So
it still goes, I mean.
So the PUD, you just don't think there's enough for the city here with the money for the roundabout? Or the,
I would rather
don't
go down to
think
200
it's a good
homes and
trade?
pay for the roundabout ourselves. Me personally, I mean, that's me. But if it's 4-1, so be it. I've learned to accept that 8 years ago.
okay, so any more discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Nay.
All those not in favor, say no.
No. You convinced me, Scott.
All right, passed 3-2, and hopefully by DA time we get
We'll get it figured
some
out.
good answers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
We're not Minneapolis. I was very happy in Golden Valley.
Someday it will be.
But I moved to Dayton.
all right, on to item L.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I apologize right out of the gate. I did not start with a picture of this area to make it simple, so bear with me the first couple slides, but just hopefully you got a chance to look at the information in the packet, including the figure that we're talking about 113th Avenue out off of County Road 81 in that area. And the sewer extension through there. So just to note the history, there was an extension completed between Territorial Road to its current location, which is just south and east of 113th, again off of 81. That was that was completed in 2010. That line is to be extended further north up to and beyond 117th Avenue in the future. This next picture is quite busy, but hopefully this will help where we're talking about. The yellow area is the land to be serviced from this extension. So the dark green line is the existing sewer and its current location near the number 6 in the circle. The circled line is the extension being considered with this project, and then beyond that would be completed in the future as development occurs. And just for reference, that red hatching is what's known as the DDL property, where the Oppidan development has recently been proposed as a concept. So that's the area that's being referenced tonight in the project at hand. So again, the scope of this is to extend the sewer up to the southern limit of the DDL property. The sewer would then be further extended at a later date, likely by the developers as the property continues to develop to the north. Our preliminary cost estimate for budgetary purposes is between about $1 million and $1.5 million. Part of the reason for the range is we're looking at alternate alignments, and we expect one to probably cost more than the other. You'll see that on a future slide. The anticipated funding sources for this would be the city sewer fund, and then there would be developer fees due with the Oppidan development or the DDL property development as an entirety. And potentially there could be a direct contribution from that developer as well. That has not been discussed or determined at this time, but I anticipate that could become part of the discussion as that proposal moves forward, or that application moves forward. Timing, the preliminary engineering we'd like to do now to determine our preferred alignment. That would be completed this spring or maybe even into early summer. Final design, if authorized, would be later this summer, and the hope would be that we could do the construction either winter of this year or first thing next spring. And again, the reason that a winter construction might be advantageous is if one of the alignments, and this will make sense on a further slide, if one of the alignments is selected, it's predominantly through wetland. So the frozen conditions would actually make the construction easier of that. So this should have been the first slide. Here's an aerial of the aerial that we're talking about. The green line is the existing trunk line down on the south, say the southeast corner of this. The two alignments we're considering, I'll just say one of them is generally directly north from that up to the DDL property. The alternate alignment is to extend the line west and then north. You may recognize this was proposed to council as part of a utility extension project with 113th some time ago. Mm-hmm. It was selected to not move forward with that project based on the lack of commitment from the developer to the north, but also from the feedback from the property owners along 113th. They just didn't really have the interest for bringing utilities through at the time. So this project is a portion of that project, if you will, being brought forward because this would be required for support of the development on the DDL property, which is highlighted in yellow here. So the next steps with the process would be to authorize the engineering proposal included in your packet for the preliminary design of this. On the screen is a list of the general activities that would take place with this. We'd get a lot of field data, evaluate the alternative alignments, and then based on our findings, select what is the preferred alignment to pursue and then complete the preliminary design with it. At that time, it would be brought back to council and the request made for final design of the project before going out for contractor bids. So that's all I had. If you have any questions, we can go through things in more detail.
Any questions?
Not really any questions. I mean, this obviously has to happen before the DDL thing goes in. Do we know what the sewer trunk fees for the DDL property are? Or how much of that we're going to get from them?
I don't know if that has been, have you collected? Those have not been calculated.
I don't know. Councilor Slaughter, I do not know that off the top of my head.
I guess that's one of my concerns as well, is that we're extending this to allow that development, but we, other than the customary fees, we're not hearing a contribution from the developer or or them covering this cost, which has been more typical on some of our other projects. And certainly that concerns me if we're footing the whole bill. For these guys, the second thing is the discussion at the Planning Commission about a moratorium while this area is studied to make sure that the zoning and the roads and all of that are make the most sense, which they don't today because we've already changed some things from when that was done. And so what is the likelihood that this planning would change if that planning changes?
Yeah, we have looked at exactly that with the same concern. If the land use does change, does this design change? And our thought is no, it actually goes in exactly as is. Again, our intent here is only to get it to the southernmost extent of the boundary, and the moratorium is essentially looking at all the property to the north, albeit it does include some to the east of this, but we would be staying west of that line if you would anyway. And maybe this is...
One comment to address your first question to Councilmember Fashion is that we would require the developer to extend it all the way to 117th. That wouldn't technically be required by the development, but we would require them to move it up to 117th to not impose the next sort of part of the development. That would be their contribution. Instead of pulling it from the south to their property, we would have them pull it through their property to the north.
Yeah, I would just add on, we have certainly not ruled out participation from it.
Yes.
We're looking at different options, and as Zach just suggested. Another one is they will be extending this line with their development. What we would normally do is credit back any of the trunk fees that they expend for the additional oversizing or overdepth necessary for that line. That could be another contribution, that they pay full fees, they don't receive credit for it. So there could be a number of scenarios where they would either directly or indirectly help compensate for the expenses incurred with this project. So, certainly on the table and will be part of the discussions as we move forward into an agreement, assuming their application does move forward.
And at this point, we're doing the design.
Yes.
So it would probably help the conversation that the whole reason why we put everything on building pause was so we can answer some of these questions.
Yeah, I think Planning Commission was looking more at transportation, but nonetheless, all of this does better inform the decisions while putting together the DA. And to that point, this effort will, just selecting the alignment is going to allow us to refine the cost estimate. So we'll have a much better handle on what the actual cost might be associated with this and who might be responsible for those costs.
So you don't see pretty much any of this being throwaway work?
I don't, to be honest. The roads won't affect it. I suppose the only thing that, I don't even know if it's it. I was going to say if the building configurations change, maybe we'd want to bring it to the site different, but I don't know if that's even true. I don't.
We'd still need to bring it up through. Yeah.
Right now, I think there's a conflict with the building. How they have this shown is I'll call it the straight north alignment, so the easterly extension north. They bring it to the property, then jog it east to avoid their building and go north, which is fine. If for some reason it made sense to go west, they could do that too. So just getting it to their site allows them to move forward with their project, and they can make adjustments on how they get it from here to 117th as they build out.
To me, the timing works out really well, actually.
So I'll make a motion to approve the...
Second?
Okay. Motion by Scott, second Sarah. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. All right, on to item M.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is to approve a water trails project for bidding. This is a project that I've been working on since 2020, 5-year project, so it's moving along. This was shown to the Parks Commission at their last meeting, and their recommendation was to put it out to bid. There's quite a lot of information in the packet about the project. The overall plan, the layout is probably what you've seen several times. We did add a shelter to the west of the project. This was an effort to make sure that we spent all the federal funding that we had. So I've included that. It's been included
Can you
on
reword that?
the bid
Mike?
sheet. It's been included on the bid sheet as an alternate, so we've got a bit of flexibility. There are several alternates on this project as well. The electrical, if we don't put the park shelter in, then the electrical is not needed, so that's out there. Picnic tables as an alternate as well, and then tree replacement. Says considerable amount of tree replacement required on this, so that's an alternate as well. The thought being that this area is probably going to be inundated with trees if we put all the required trees here. So as part of the master plan, we could probably spread them out around the site. So that's why we've got that in as an alternate as well.
This is just a roof?
Second?
That shelter is just a roof?
Yep, there's another picture.
Yeah, I got
You can see it again.
I got some visuals of it here. So this shows what this would look like. The steps going down to the canoe kayak launch. They're ADA compliant, so that they're safe for people to use, and it gives the flexibility when it's high tide. You'll still be able to access the water with your canoe. So it's got a pretty good reach. It goes up to the high water level of the river. There's overlook seating area, a walkway with retaining walls. The retaining walls are required because of the drop off there. So there's a substantial retaining wall as part of this. Then the other slide here is the proposed shelter, and there's a seating area proposed just by the guardrail, and then the step launch shown again there. So those are all the key items in this. Then the pricing part, the engineer's estimate here. The construction subtotal is $490, some contingency, and the design engineering is currently under contract. Construction admin, the total base cost is $701,215. That's the engineer's estimate. And then with the alternates, I don't know what the total is with the alternates. I haven't added it up.
I thought it was 9 something.
Yeah, it's 9 something somewhere in there. So that's kind of at the top end of our budget for this project. We have $850,000 from federal funding. We have $100,000 from National Park Service for this project. The other area in the old village is being funded from DNR. They've got $530,000 allocated to that project.
We're
DNR.
doing that design too, right? I should say the
Yes,
city.
we're handling the whole project.
Yep. Yeah.
They're just paying for it.
They're just paying for it.
Yeah. So we're doing the design and construction of that, and they'll refund us on that.
So I thought a lot of this had already been designed. Do you know what the bulk of this design work is? This 118,000. That's, I don't know what that percentage is.
That's just design work. It's already been designed. So this is just to go out to bid. So it means all the design's all done and everything. And it's just to go out to bid.
Question I have. If we don't, I understand it's grant money and I get it.
Mhm.
If we don't spend it all here, can we use it somewhere else or we can't?
The only other place that we can do it is Gooding Park, because that's where the funding was for those two parks. Initially, we applied for $3.9 million. And we only ended up with $850,000. That's why we had to scale it back to this project.
Is there any, I know you can't answer me this. Why are these retaining blocks only $250 and the other ones are $1,600?
I think they're a different type of retaining wall. This is
clearly.
Yeah, this is a more of a concrete structure that slots together. It's more of a retaining wall than a decorative wall.
And if you go back to, MSA designed this, I believe, right? Go back to that picture that shows the whole layout. Not that one.
That one.
There, right there. I like the whole design. I mean, I got nothing to critique about it, but, and maybe this is, I don't know why they chose this spot, but, and this shelter, go like right in here.
Yeah, that seems a little,
Now, in your other picture, all these trees block the view of the river. So if that was over in here, maybe there's better view on it. That's the whole idea of having a shelter there, is that you can sit by the river.
It's a shelter for the kayak canoe guys, so they can leave their canoes there and then just walk down to the
oh, it's not meant to be like a picnic type shelter?
No, it's just somewhere where those guys can get out, get their kit all together. There's a canoe stand.
It's not right underneath it though, is it?
Huh?
The canoe thing is not right underneath the
No,
shelter?
it's over to the left. It's in this area here.
Okay.
Picnickers would be in the way.
There was a picnic shelter planned for this area over here. So that's where on Paul's plan that's where that was going to go over that side. That's more of a family picnic area with the volleyball court and that stuff there.
Why would you not want to kill two birds with one stone and put the shelter?
If you want to move it, you can move it. I think the reason why it was put in that spot in the original location is because of the other stuff related to LC Stevens Park that we had planned out. So if you want to move it now, you could, because you just denied all the alternates on the earlier bid.
Makes sense to me.
Yep. But that's just it. That's why it was put over there, is because we anticipated it to be approved on the other side.
And then, the other question I have, same question on the last deal, there's $78,000 worth of trees here.
I knew you were getting that.
Why wouldn't I?
I know, why wouldn't you?
I mean, we can probably save 30 grand here and spend it somewhere, take it somewhere
Well, it's an alternate in the bid, so that's, I mean, that's something that we can do, and it's...
Yeah, we can look at the same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Outside of that, I'm in favor of it.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm coming in to, like, I don't know if I feel the same way. I feel like this
little late?
Coming in late, yes. I feel like you all are here and I'm just like, what? But I feel like we just said no to all the LC Stevens stuff because there's this new master plan, and now we're saying yes to LC Stevens stuff. Is it because it's MSA and they're the ones doing the master plan, and so therefore everything is okay? Is it because it's grant money and we kind of we don't really have the option to say no?
Well, I think it's some of one. I mean, it's the same group.
Okay.
And it's some of both. I mean, clearly MSA did this, they're planning around it. I mean, this looks nice.
Part of it, Councilor Van Essen, I think, is as well, is that there's nothing else to do in this area that you could do alternatively.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing, so if you were to put a parking lot somewhere, now you can't put anything else there.
Well, yeah, exactly.
If you put this water trails in here,
this is where the water trails
there's nothing else that you could put there instead of
And
that.
they also looked at where, from a river flow standpoint, where best to have that.
We did
that
a
launch
whole
and
study
landing.
on where the good putting points were, and this on this park was, one of the key areas.
This is where it goes.
Yeah, and I mean, we were limited to where good spots were. I mean, the other spot was down on Stone Ridge by the disc golf course, but that's nowhere near ideal.
Okay.
And Gooding Park was another option, and then the DNR thing just came about. So.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not against it by any stretch. I just I feel like I'm coming in late to the story.
Sure.
I missed the first 10 chapters. I'm in chapter 11, and I'm trying to figure out the plot.
And that launch is really where I think what eats up probably 80% of the money.
It's 500 and some thousand. Yeah.
So no, but I'm for it. I'm fine. I just, like I said, trying to pick up the plot. I feel like I'm very.
I would like to move the shelter in that spot, and then to me, you get a couple tables under there and a couple of outdoor grills. And
We're not putting those in the bid though, right?
Those are not in the bed.
we just I'll take my post hole digger and dig the hole.
Just want to make sure it's not in the bid.
Not in the bid.
No, we'll buy
There
those
is
extra
someone
for $200.
What is
I would like. Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll wait for Marty to.
I have Christian from MSA is on the line here. He's been waiting all evening to have this conversation, so we better have an opportunity to speak.
Yeah. I'm
Christian?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. All right, sorry about that. chat was disabled. But yes, I'm available to answer any questions here. Marty pretty much covered it all, better than I could.
Okay.
Well, so directly south of the launch stairway on the other side of the trail, there's some kind of outline of blocks or something there, right there. What is that?
That's a drainage swale. It's an overflow swale.
Okay, it's not a feature.
No, that's existing out there.
Can I make a motion to approve the water tow project for bidding?
You can.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Taking the trees out of there.
Aye.
Aye. They're, the alternate thing.
They're an alternate.
The trees are the alternate?
Yeah, they're alternate, yeah.
Cool.
All right.
I'm good.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0.
I don't know what we're doing next, but I need a bio break.
Let's take a break. We have to close it anyways, so
Thank you.
take a 5-minute recess.
Council's in recess, thank you.
We should be done with this in about 5.
from our break, and now we need to go into closed session. And I have to read this. Okay, City Council is closing the meeting to the public pursuant to Minnesota Statutes 13D-05 Subdivision 3A, which allows a public meeting to be closed for the City Council to evaluate the performance of an individual which is subject to our authority. During this closed meeting, the council will be evaluating the performance of the city administrators. Act out. Summary of our conclusions regarding this evaluation will be given at our next open meeting.
Motion in a second.
Motion. Oh yeah, need a motion.
So moved?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
All right, so
Okay,
let
we
me
are in
end
closed session.
this.
regular session, so, all right. So if there are not any objections, we will be adjourned.
So moved.
And we're adjourned at 11:59.